Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. However you happen to be watching and or listening to this, I want to welcome you to, it would have been a week later, but whatever, another episode of the Gaming Circle podcast. I'm your host, K Asante, TKO Asante on all the places we communicate. And as you see, I am not joined by the ever-born betrothed Saga. He is, of course, probably at home right now, hopefully watching the show, having a good time with his new wife, which, you know, I will leave him to tell the tale fully when he comes back next week. But salute to the Everborn Saga. I was in attendance of his glorious day. I'm sure he'll throw photos out into the gaming and the social ether to let y'all know all the great things that happened. But of course, this week, all the stuff that happened demanded that the show at least air, and so we can get some bars off because, man, people have things to say, and boy, am I joined by some great people. Let us start to my right, the man who's out here, the mysterious one, the one who you don't know where he's from. He doesn't want you to follow him, but every once in a while he will come and he will drop some bars right on the top of your head. I call him the elusive one. Lucius Augustus, welcome to the show once again, good sir.
Hello, everyone. I want to acknowledge that my profile picture is my cat with a kufi on.
Indeed, sir. And that is why he is such a great member of our community. Welcome, Lucius. I appreciate you, sir. Yes, and to his right, the one who we always love on this show. He lends his analytical brain to the show, and it always makes the show better. The one who used to be of Xbox era, but every once in a while, he likes to join us and likes to make our show better. And you better not mess with him because he's one bad mother. What's going on? How you doing?
What's up, man? What's up, Kay? You know, I always love talking our theories and revealing our detective work with you. You're also an analytical person, and I think there's a lot to analyze today. So I am really looking forward to today's show. I'm sure we're going to have some great discussions.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. And of course, we have had him on this show before. We are always appreciative when he joins us. One of the representatives of the Xbox International podcast, which we will ask him if he's going to change his name with the podcast name after. Sorry, chief. I don't mean that. I don't mean that. The man who makes anything he does sound amazing. Silent Cypher. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I asked him what he was doing this morning. He said he had a breakfast egg sandwich or something, and I was just like, oh my God, we need to write that one down. It's for the books. The dude makes anything sound amazing. What's going on, man? It's good to have you here.
I try. Oh, thanks for having me. Yeah, no, we're not changing the name.
Oh, you're not changing. Good stuff. Good stuff.
No. But yeah, thanks for having me. Chat, great to see everyone out there so far. Panel, stoked to be hanging out with you guys. Yeah, let's get into it. It's been one hell of a week so far.
Absolutely. And of course, to round out the panel this week, the Lore Master. We were talking a little Halo before the show, and of course he showed up. But let it be don't get it twisted. At any moment, notice if you are not doing it right, the hammer will come down on you, and it will be provided by the one and only Mr. Pixelbit G, sir. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. It wouldn't be me. I'm the kindest, nicest person online.
Yes, sir. Indeed.
I don't slander anyone.
No.
I'm just like,
also does not serve any fools.
No, I don't suffer any fools. I'm
no
like
suffering
Mr. T.
any fools
I
at
pay
all.
the fool
Absolutely
daily.
not. Indeed. Yes, that's right. So yes, welcome everybody to the show. We appreciate y'all being here. We took a week off last week. As I said, we were, out there having some vacation time. And of course, during our vacation time, so much stuff happened. We'll get into it. But let me ask the panel, with our time off so far, and I'll start with you, OBM. With our time off so far, and we're going to get into, there's not going to be that many topics today because there's so much to talk about, but I know that there are a few that are really going to dominate the conversation.
There's going to be a lot of side missions in today's topic.
Indeed, there's going to be a lot. I think that's a good good
But
statement
that's
to
the
make.
RPG. Let's go.
Yeah, it's going to be very much that.
You're going to go off on one trail and you're going to end up on a whole other
Oh,
planet.
let's
Exactly, you know. So, but I want to ask you, like, what do you think, like, the takeaway is from this last week beyond the fundamental models are changing? Like, there's just so much going on in the background. There are still people being laid off left and right. There's some news about that. There's games cancellations left and right. I don't know if you've been keeping abreast to all the ridiculousness out there right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're we're basically going to boil the ocean, are we? Here
Clearly.
we go. First of all, can you hear me well? Because I just realized
100%.
I was talking through my camera mic to begin
Nope,
with.
hear you 100%. Hear you great.
All right, cool. Yeah, so like obviously this week is just part of, I think, a culmination of things that have been happening over the last year, really. When you bring up the things like the layoffs and heck, let's just throw some of these financials in there. It really is, the entire industry right now is slowing down. We came out of the pandemic, and I think there was a lot of overshooting, a lot of over optimism based on where people thought things would be today versus where they were a few years ago. And so you're seeing a big adjustment in the industry. But at the same time, there are some cool things coming up in the industry, at least for consumer side. I don't want to speak for developers, because I'm sure a lot of this stuff is scary, and a lot of people are going through things right now because of what's happening. But in the near future, I think there's going to be some changes that a refresh of the industry of sorts, things that are going to be kind of exciting from a consumer standpoint. I think it's been a while since we've been wowed by there's been a lot of great games in the last 10 years, but we've really been through a steady state, sort of iterative, like going from the 360 and the PS3 to the Xbox One, PS4 to this generation. It's all felt very iterative,
Very stagnant,
and really and even if we want to talk about like 2013, like really this is still a continuation of that generation since the digital age. There's not been much differentiation. I know this is going to trigger a lot of people, but really when you step back from a casual gamer standpoint, there's not a huge differentiation between PlayStation and Xbox. And so people go where their friends are, where they have their digital libraries. And there's no reason for most of those people really to jump platforms. Even, gosh, and I know this is where we'll get into some arguments, but even when it comes to exclusives, because there's so many substitutions now, like, you come out with Hellblade, there's a bunch of other games that are, narrative driven games out there, some that are bigger, more ambitious, right? You come out with an Avowed, there's a bunch of other RPGs out there. So play
OBM,
Dragon's Dogma.
OBM, I will push back, because we have a great community member already here. He has ascended to the one with the one glove. MJ Dark with the $2 super chat says, Switch, best place to play and exclusives.
Oh my goodness.
They are the king of exclusives at this point, aren't they?
They're the king of the hand. They are the king of the handheld.
They're the king of the exclusives. Deal with it.
Not just deal with it. Just drop the mic, walk away.
Nintendo is the king of the handheld market. They were the king of the handheld market before the Switch, and they were struggling in console, so they mashed the two together. And now it seems like they're dominating in console, but really what they did is combine the two. So that's a little bit, I don't want to say smoke and mirrors.
Nintendo is he who remains.
Yeah.
That's who they are.
They'll keep doing the handheld thing. But
if you understand the reference, okay?
Oh, man.
They are
I just recently watched the Ark. I watched the whole He Who Remains arc, so it is like such well thought, like well done. Absolutely, yes.
Loki is the best.
He Who Remains. Yes.
But anyways, yeah, I went off on like 5 tangents there. Because
that's what this show is going to be about, sir. Absolutely.
But yeah, so long story short, I feel like in my mind, the console war ended a long time ago. Like I said, this is a continuation of the 2013 generation, whether people really want to accept that or not. I think because of digital libraries and friends lists and the favorite controllers, whether you like your achievements or trophies, And this is a super iterative generation compared to last. It's like, yeah, you get better frame rates and load times, but really, are your core experiences that different? If you look at the highest selling games on both consoles, the most played games, they're really cross generation, and really upgrading your console feels a lot closer to upgrading your GPU and the PC. And I don't know about you, maybe your friends are different, but I've never heard of a Steam gamer go, oh, I'm upgrading my GPU, I should go look and see if there's another, if I want to buy in the Epic store this time. Like nobody ever does that, right? Like that's what it's like. They're just upgrading hardware. Or and I heard Juz yesterday mention, compare it to people upgrading their iPhones, but I would say it's even stickier than that, because people have digital libraries, and I think at least in the phone world, it's like, yeah, you might have iTunes or something, but generally most of the apps are very similar across the board, right? Absolutely. So 95% of that, but and if you switch over your Spotify account, it's going to come with you. If you switch over, your Amazon is going to come with you. So like, that's different. In this world, you don't get to bring your digital game. So, so this week was interesting because I think it's, a lot of people are like saying they want to feel validated. I think we're just seeing sort of the beginning of maybe the tip of the iceberg for the next generation, the next shift, which I think is actually going to be a big one, bigger than people think. So I think there is some interesting, exciting things coming up. I do feel that Microsoft did message themselves probably as well as they could, given the situation. But anyways, we won't go into all of it, but that's kind of the industry at large, is kind of my feeling on it. And I think there's a lot of course correction right now, right? There's a lot more people that invested than there's going to be opportunity for return. So it's going to have to, unfortunately, correct itself. Everybody's got to get their house in order, and that's not just Xbox, that's PlayStation.
We're going to talk about
that's Embracer falling apart.
That's Nintendo pushing back their launch of their console because they know this year is not a good year to launch it. So there's a lot of stuff, right? So it's everybody right now is kind of going, okay, let's make sure that we're healthy and get ready, because we're going to compete again pretty hardcore soon. So anyways, I'll let somebody else speak now.
No, you summarized it up rather well. I expected you would. Before we get into the show proper, let me catch up on a few of the super chats here. Hollywood Rules, welcome, good sir, good morning. He said with a $5 super chat, so generous. He says, good morning, fellow graybeards. Congrats to my Sega brother in arms, the Everborn Saga, and big up to my boy Pixel G, Bit G, Brooklyn stand up. Sega is still better. Oh, if they were only still alive to compete.
Trevor Grass would have been on your neck back then, son. You still mad? You be all right.
You still mad, but then they stepped away. Like, oh, what are we doing?
They went the Xbox route. My bad.
Yes, and of course, Mr. One Glove himself once again, MJ Dark, with a $5 super chat. He said, "Hello, K Asante. Welcome back, and hello to all the awesome panel members." And my closet Switch brother Silent. Also, Switch 2 Gen 12, a leap in tech. Yeah, I understand it'll be a leap in tech. That's when they go from the Abacus to the 8-track player. It is fine. We will move forward. It'll be fine. You're all right. Yes. But it's always good because obviously Nintendo has the geniuses to turn 8-track players into gold, as they do. So it'll be all right. They did it with the Abacus for how long now? And it sounds like they're going to keep doing it for at least another year. But we'll get into that one in a little bit.
#1 console ever made.
It's just becoming undefeated as we literally sit here. Yes. Buck with a $5 super chat. He says Switch 2 delays, no AAA first party from Sony, Hellblade, Avowed, Indiana Jones, Stalker 2, a new COD, all day one in Game Pass. Could be a window for Xbox momentum. Thoughts? Now, what we have been advocating, what many of us have been advocating for, is maybe Microsoft/Xbox allow for that momentum to build instead of changing the model beneath your feet. We shall see. Hopefully we look back a year, 2 years from now, and they go, hey, it seemed to have worked. The old model of games give people worked. We'll just stick with it. I don't think they're gonna do that, but we can hope and wonder and see what happens at that. But okay, let's get started properly. I will first and foremost say thank you to all the amazing folks in the chat. I see you. Oh, I see Game Pass Daily, Red Trees in the house. What's going on, sir? Good to have you here. Of course, the aforementioned one with the silver glove, Mr. Joanna Dark. Oh no. I'm getting live feedback from the one Everborn Saga saying he's trying to jump in, but Chrome says he does not have access to the mic. Sir, if you browser,
bro.
I was about to say, if you can see and or hear me, try that Edge browser. I hear it works pretty well. Mr. Developer, come on now, join us. It'd be good to have you here.
that Chromium Edge browser, you mean?
You know, that Chromium Edge might be what you need at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Where Microsoft bent the knee previously, no doubt.
Yes, they definitely did. They totally bent the knee on that one. But hey, it is what it is. But okay,
it is what it is.
Let us get this thing started in earnest, and let's talk about some games we've been playing. Let me start because I have been playing some interesting things on this on my vacation day. What you are looking at on your screen is a game called BlazBlue Atrophy. Like, it's a very, very interesting game. Atrophy Effect. I should say the whole name. BlazBlue Atrophy Effect. And shout out to the folks at Keymailer for providing the code. They actually provided me the code right before I was going on vacation. So I was like, okay, well, I had already purchased Helldivers 2 because I wanted to get into that. But of course, as you know, hotel Wi-Fi is notorious, so you're not playing online games there, right? Also, Mr. Boomstick, shout out to you, good sir. I think I saw him in the chat a few minutes ago. He also talked up Banishers, so I purchased that, but I hadn't had a chance to really get into it. But so on the vacation, it was all about, I need my small, like, handheld experience, something I can play on the go that doesn't kill my battery life. So it was between Prince of Persia, which, again, Prince of Persia is amazing, awesome, I love it. But the late stage gets sweaty as a mug, if you know what I'm talking about. Oh boy, you're bumping your head against the wall for many hours trying to traverse some of these things because it gets super complicated. So it was that, and it was this, which is BlazBlue Atrophy Effect, which right off the top, real quick, to let you know what it's about. If you know BlazBlue, you know that it's a very 2.5D hand-drawn art style, very technical combat fighting game, right? Lots of characters. I think like they had 30 various different characters in the last BlazBlue. If I'm not mistaken, it's even on Game Pass recently. The version of the standard BlazBlue fighting game. But this has taken some of the BlazBlue characters, right? And same art style, same 2.5D, same very, very, very beautifully drawn, complicated art style. And they've added it to this game. And in this game, it's kind of like you've seen the trend going where you start the game and you choose from BlazBlue characters. But because it's BlazBlue, it means the builds are very, very intricate. It's not just pick your manga character. Each character, some of them have some of them are very range heavy, others are very up close, and they have pluses and minuses to their different fighting styles, and it really, really helps each other with the balance. Very, very well done, very well crafted. But it's not a fighting game. It just has those fighting style moves, because what you're doing then is you're going into a VR, the first half of it, you're going what is seemingly into a VR like environment to train up they call them avatars. It's like your avatar. Like, so you are this little robot that you see here, and you're going to see some of the stuff how it happens. You're a little robot. You pick your avatar, which is one of those characters. They take you into their sense of a virtual environment, and in that virtual environment, you will then be tested multiple times, and your skill set will grow and grow and grow. And at the end, when you're at the end, then you fight a boss. You beat the boss, and then they throw you from that world into a Metroidvania world. So at the beginning of the game, it's a roguelike, right? As you're playing through, you're building your character up. You're building your character up. He's getting stronger. He's getting stronger. And then if you're able to beat the boss at the end of the roguelike, it turns into a Metroidvania where they put you in the map, and now you're going through various levels. You're returning back. You have to, get through that world. And it's a very, very complicated, if you know BlazBlue, kind of like over the top storyline. Like it is over the top, but shout out to the man Special Nick. Every time I say this, I remember him. You can skip every cutscene and don't have to worry about it. So you may or may not know what the story is about, but I will tell you the combat is super addictive. It's very fun. You start off, I'll try it a little bit, see how it looks. It's very, very addictive. Like awesome art style, awesome complicated combat that it's not just, you keep hitting the button and move forward. What I found is you start reading the tea leaves and the details as to how you're growing your character and the build. Maybe you want to add more to what you already have, so it turns it into a level 2 versus adding something new, because in the late stages you have really big scary bosses that will like kill you instantly if you don't have your skills up to par. It is very fun. It is very fun. It fits in that small game that you play in between the big games, but then ends up taking all your time. So yes, I've completely been enjoying this. Again, the game is called Blaze Blue Atrophy Effect. It is kind of awesome. I hope it comes everywhere. I know that at some point it will be everywhere. Right now, it's definitely on Steam, and I think it's pretty much on PS5 as well. I don't know, gentlemen, if any of you guys have had a chance to play it. If this is the first time you're seeing it, I will start with you, Lore Master, Mr. Pixelbit G. Is this on your radar, sir? Because you tend to play all them games, man.
I'm buying it right now.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah,
there you
that
go.
was dope. Yeah,
It's really cool. Yeah. Okay. Anyone on the panel have had a chance to see this? I know it kind of came and went because we are in a sea of really big monster games.
It's like $19 too. It's a good amount.
It's a good little bit. Yeah. It's a small amount. Really, really long game. I think I'm I'd say about 15 hours in, and you keep. Yeah, it's very good. Like very, very good. Absolutely. So okay. So thanks you, and I will say that to the key mailer folks for continuing to help a brother out. Every time something interesting comes up, they throw me a code and I can get a chance to try it out for myself. I appreciate them doing that, and I would say give it a shot. As Pixel was saying, it's not expensive, it's pretty cheap, and I really enjoyed it. The footage you're seeing is literally from my handheld device, and that's why you have the scroll on the top. Forgive me. It's from the handheld, recorded on vacation. That is a Dominican Republic special. And on that note of the Dominican Republic special, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully he's able to join us. The Everborn Saga makes his appearance, sir. And the names are all messed up. Doesn't matter. What's going on, man? Can you hear me?
What's happening? Can you guys hear me?
Hey,
we can hear you. What's
Everborn
going
Better.
on, man? How you doing?
Nothing. I don't have all the time in the world because this is
Okay.
like we just got back and the kids are not back yet, so we have like one day.
Oh,
But,
wow. What are you doing here?
Yeah, I don't have a long time.
hurry, get your bars out.
Like, get out of here. What are you doing here?
No. The missus had to run out to do something with her hair really quick.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
You'll be
So
back in a little bit.
This
once
is
you get
daddy's
back.
bathroom break. I understand. Good.
Yeah, exactly. It's go time.
Welcome, sir. So tell the people, give us a small bit of the experience, man. I told people we had a great time. I left the whole ceremony part, and as you've seen, I haven't posted too many pictures out there. That's your story to tell. Tell the people what your experience has been, what the whole situation was.
No, man, it was great. It was great. We did a destination wedding in La Romana, Dominican Republic, very close to Punta Cana, about an hour away. It was at like a Hilton resort thing. We did it on the water. Everything was like perfect storybook thing. Kay, you were there. You saw it. Violins, everything. It was great. I've been sharing pictures as I find them, but these aren't the professional pictures. What you're seeing is what like people took on their phones and sent to me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was fantastic, man. I had lamented to you about, oh my God, this thing is gonna cost an arm and a leg. But when you get there and you're in it, it doesn't matter. It's
Did it cost an arm and a leg? Let's move on quickly. But it was great.
I already didn't have knees. Now I don't have elbows.
You might not have a liver at this point.
You might not have a liver. Yes, indeed.
Those are pretty valuable.
But no, it's great to have you here,
great.
brother. Yeah.
And I just wanted to come by, give my 2 cents on whatever we're talking about. By the way, what is the name of this game you were talking about? Because I got in here a little bit.
The game is called
on
Blaze Blue Atrophy Effect.
That they need to work on that name.
Hey, that's what it's called. It is called Blaze Blue.
Blaze Blue is enough.
Atrophy Effect. No, but see, the reason why those who know the IP know why it's called Blaze Blue, because Blaze Blue itself is a popular.
Blue, it's a fighting game.
It's a fighting game. That's right. Yeah.
All right.
And these characters are actually from that fighting game, right? There's a lot more characters in that fighting game, but this is some hand-picked characters from that fighting game.
Okay. Well, poor name aside, it looks amazing, and I'm probably gonna get it on the Steam Deck while we're on this show. But you are playing this game, sir. I have to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Have you finished Prince of Persia yet?
So this is what happened, and as you
next one.
No. As you weren't here when we were having this conversation, dude, I have been fluctuating between Prince of Persia and this, because as Prince of Persia gets sweaty, and you're just like, nah, man. They really want me to bang my head against this wall. I don't want to do it. Then you switch off to this. You play this a while, then you go back to it. So I've actually been playing both of these, Prince and this, at the same time. Prince, I think I'm probably, I would say, I can't be more than maybe 4 or 5 hours until the end of the game. I'm in the late stages.
Yeah, I'm at about 32 hours in Prince of Persia. I got my double jump. I got my whiplash thing, or when you throw the boomerang and then you can teleport to it, so that opens up the world a lot more.
Yeah,
I got to tell you, I think the game's a little bit too long.
You think so? You think it stays its welcome?
It's starting to. It's not that it's not fun. It's just like, I'm like, okay, I get it. I think like, all right. Let's wrap this thing up. So I feel like I'm rushing through things now.
You got the wrap it up B music.
He's got the I was just thinking the same thing.
That. Okay.
But the thing is, what they do though is you think it's over. Like I just fought like who you think what you think is the last battle. And they're like, no, it's not done yet. It's like Lord of the Rings, how it had like 4 different endings. Yeah. It feels like that. So you're fighting what you think is the final boss, and then now let's open up more of the map. And I'm like, Ubisoft.
They wrote. I mean,
it's got a little bit of that. I didn't think it was. I mean, there's the one thing I'll give it credit for, because I did beat that. And I thought it was actually one of the best Metroidvanias that I've played. It's probably the best. It's probably my favorite single player Ubisoft game, going all the way back. I have to go back to the 360 Splinter Cell maybe to find something from them that I liked as much. But at least every time they give you something, you can go right back through and there's a creative and interesting ways to use it. So it never felt to me like I was just grinding, or just it was just filler or waste of time. Like I actually, even after beating it, I had a temptation to like go back through it and try to unlock the rest of it. But I just got such a backlog. I didn't, but it did capture me in a way. It feels really good to play, and all the moves they give you.
It does. Beautiful. I have never played a platform with controls this tight. Like even Ori, it feels like the controls are tighter than Ori. And there is something interesting that I feel like is worth talking about, but it is that if you've noticed on the sweaty boss battles, and I've never seen a game do this before, if you die too many times in a boss battle, they will increase your attack power so that you actually beat them on like the 10th try. And I'm like, wait a minute, why are my attacks taking so much? I've played this 10 times straight. I normally only get him down to half of his health, and then all of a sudden I'm doing one hit and it's doing like a quarter of his health.
Secret journalist mode is what that is.
Yeah. No, but it's super interesting. It's like they let you try it in super sweaty mode.
That's right.
For those who can.
That isn't the first game to do that. That's just the first game that you've noticed done that.
You've noticed, yes. A lot of games do that. Yes.
I think it's going to be a lot more common probably next gen, especially.
I know Elden Ring didn't do it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Elden Ring is
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring lamented and enjoyed. Elden Ring is like
Yeah,
a
they don't care about your time in
Microsoft.
Elden Ring. That's your
Elden
problem.
Ring is like a Microsoft test. You know, as the better you get at it, the worse they choose the questions.
Elden Ring would do the opposite
too.
too. Elden Ring would do the opposite to you. You'd be like one hit away from beating the boss, and then they would go through a combo and kill you when you thought you were done. And the next time you wouldn't even get back, like you wouldn't even get close to where you were for the next 5 tries. So like Elden Ring just loved the really just likes to see how psychologically stable you are and really mess with your.
Remember what the trauma I went through with the fire giant?
Yeah, everyone does. It's on digital receipts. We recall.
But the only other thing I'll say, my biggest not concern, but my biggest issue with Prince of Persia, and again, I love the game, feels great. I think the reason it's starting to feel like a chore is the fast travel system is stupid. It should be based on the wak trees and not those teleport
not those
things.
other extra things. Yeah,
and I know it's because they want you to explore, but like, if I've explored here, I should be able to go back to it. That's the thing that worked with Elden Ring. Every one of the campfires you could just teleport to at any point and get to where you're going.
One extra system that wasn't necessary when you already had a system that could have taken care of it.
Right. And I feel like this makes like, okay, now I have to go all the way over here. I have to go to this fast travel point and then travel my way to get to the
funny
thing
enough, most of the time the fast travel points were right next to wak tree, so you could have just kind of just like left it to the wak tree and then been done with it, you know.
The fast travel points, you can, but there are way more wak trees than they are
every time we say that, you should laugh, because that is a ridiculous name for a tree. Yes, indeed. Yes,
of course.
Indeed.
Reminds me of Ori's bad fast traveling. Like some of the fast travel points would be so far away from where you just died that it's like the second game, not the first one, the second one.
So that's the thing, and then you have to go constantly to other sides of the map, and so I just think they could have done better about that. And it's a simple fix. Like maybe they'll unlock that ability in the end. I'm sure they won't, but like it should be with the trees that you travel to. I think that would make it a lot less cumbersome to get what they're trying to do. This game feels like it should be 25 hours, but it's going to run into 40 hours to finish.
I don't disagree, sir. Yeah. And I agree with you that the late game is a little too sweaty. The late game is a little too sweaty, just a little bit.
There's a couple combinations.
Empowers you, and then all of a sudden you're just like, "Damn, son, that's a little too much."
there's actually a couple combinations you can use that will help a lot in boss battles. So powers, that's what I figured out. I went from everything being super duper hard to suddenly I didn't have that much trouble with some of the final bosses, just because I figured out some combination of powers and with equips that really made a difference.
The level 3 supers, or does it take too long to build up? Because I feel like by the time it builds up, the boss is either dead or about to be dead, and I don't need it.
There's one thing that powers you up that also gives you your health back, and then there's other things you can equip that help restore the ability to keep using that power. So like I just stack those two things, because basically I just keep as long as I can stay alive long enough, I'm going to be able to just keep restoring my health over and over again. So it's just figuring that out. Yeah, figuring out, because also when you do that, you're powerful enough to do some extra damage. So
I saw that thing that does health regen, but I never equipped it because it says that it takes away from your attack power.
There's two different ones. Yeah. So yeah, I'll have to circle back.
We'll strategize after the show.
I'll look after the show and see what I.
But again,
I have to reinstall it.
The fact that you can do all of that, I think, makes the game great, and I love it. It's just getting annoying now. It's all I'm saying, and I want to just feel like I have that great experience the whole way, not like 75% of it.
Sith Lord on here with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Sith Lord. He says, "All right, love the."
Uh-oh.
Well, because you know he didn't see.
Oh no!
No! Hey, you cut out.
No,
you
cut out. Res.
Yeah, he didn't get his super chat worth because you cut out on it.
Can you hear me now? Am I back? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. I apologize. that was let's go back to the super chat. That was Sith Lord saying with a $2 super chat saying rest in peace, R.I.P. Everborn Saga. Love the permanent replacements. He is not gone. He is still here. We apologize for having to read your tweet twice because your super chat twice because for some reason I derez, oddly enough. And let me plug this thing in before my battery. But hey, this is what we do. So then we have BT Maverick 707 with a $5 super chat. He says, did anybody get a chance to play Children of the Sun from Steam's Next Fest? If you guys are into Super Hot, I highly recommend it. WB Graybeards. Now, sir, I will say first off, thank you for the super chat. And secondly, I did get a chance to play Children of the Sun. Very odd, interesting, stylistic, also kind of indie style game for those who aren't aware. Basically, the whole game is you're a sniper and you're trying to take aim. Once you every level that we play, the demo anyway, you scope the scenario. There are bad guys around, and there's a circle around those bad guys. You can't get closer. You can only take a specific position, and the key is to sit in a certain spot where you can see all of the bad guys at once. Because as soon as you take aim at one, you will not be able to zoom out. You have to hit him and then hit the rest of them. There's usually 4 or so. And it's super stylistic and odd. And I don't think I've ever played a game that quite focuses so much energy on the sniping, because the whole game is just you sitting back and sniping. You take one shot and you aim, but it's really, really interesting. I don't know if you guys have tried that. I know Mrs. Joanna Dark sent me a small clip of it to give it a shot, and I did try it. It is one of those, out of left field, indie, really interesting things that people I think should try. I don't know if anybody else had a chance to play, take a look at it. If not, most likely when the full release comes out, you will probably hear about it on this show, because it is probably worth some attention. It's really interesting and weird, and it does fall right in line with some of those things that I like to play. So you'll probably hear a bit more about that from me. You know what? Let's go to Silent Cypher. I haven't heard too much from you, sir. What games have you been playing? What's been keeping you busy as of late?
Well, so the only things I've kind of played the last little while have been Mafia. I never played the remasters when those came out. So I went through and I did the Mafia remake. I did Mafia 2, which, you guys talk about really bad reloads when you die. Mafia 2 is a prime example of that in some areas too. Like, I felt like I was going like 15 minutes forward and then getting kicked like all the way back. And I was like, oh, did it not load my save? And it turns out that it's at that era, right? It was in the 360 era where like some of those saves were not amazing. So been dealing with that, but I finished that one too and actually just started on to Mafia 3. Been doing like a big Mafia deep dive. Besides that, the game taking most of my time, honestly, has been Brotato.
Wow. Speak on it, sir.
Nice.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So Brotato, one of the things that drew me in just right off the bat is the fact that game is literally like God, it's like Vampire Survivors meets. God, I'm trying to think of what else it was. I had something else come to mind and I was like, oh my God, like this is a perfect combination of multiple games, like the art style and stuff. Oh, Binding of Isaac. That was the other thing that it reminded me of. So I've been playing a ton of that and it's really good. And I've had some like really good runs where I felt like I don't know if they do the same thing, if they ratchet up the difficulty in the back end and just don't tell you about it. But I feel like sometimes I had like a really good run and then I get kicked in the shins nonstop for like 4 or 5 runs right after it. So I keep thinking I'm starting to get good at the game. I'm starting to understand the mechanics. I'm finding good combinations for the weapons. And then I get kicked down a flight of stairs and I start back as a rookie. Just like, I don't know what we're doing here, but I love it. And I think it's one of those things. It's like what they talked about with the original Halo, right? It was like capturing that 30 seconds of fun and putting it on repeat. And I feel like that's what Brotato does very well. because it's a quick like minute run. You run in, you do your thing, you're already upgrading stuff. It's got that constant drip feed that's like constantly hitting endorphins and like making you want to jump back in, making you want to do that next round. And you can justify it because it only takes like a minute to run through a round. So that one's been great. I've been playing it a ton on my ROG Ally. It's one of those games where it is very resource minimal. So you can put that bad boy on like the 10-watt silent, just sit there and have like a good couple hours worth of play.
Let me give you even a pro tip. You can put that thing, you can go into manual mode and set it to about 5 or even 6 watts. And it
is that right?
Righteous. Oh yeah, set it to manual and put it even lower. Which for those who don't know, that equals even longer battery life. You don't even need to keep it at 10. You can keep it at 6 and it'll still run for a long time. There you go.
I actually didn't know that I didn't know that you could manually edit that farther down. But yeah, that's awesome. And it's easily done with that game. The art style is cool, but it's definitely not resource intensive by any means. But yeah, so that's what I've been playing. It's been kind of locked into a couple games. I feel like I run around to other things usually, and I've got like 7 or 8 games going at once, but I've been focusing on just a couple. I'm trying to actually get through my backlog this year instead of, play 40 games and finish 2. I know I've finished 7 games so far for this year, so I'm on a good path. So fingers crossed.
In February, finished 7 games. That's nuts, bro. Wow. Okay.
Making progress.
Well, let me ask Pixelbit G, sir. How about you? What games have been keeping you busy this week?
Work.
Yes.
So I really haven't had a lot of time. The game of life has been taking up my time, but I did try a little bit of Helldivers yesterday. Unfortunately, I was getting hit with the queues are full multiple times.
Really?
Then I was able to get in like one time a little bit late.
Imagine if an Xbox game ever had issues like that.
Well, I mean, it's
being slanderous on the Saturday morning.
It's been out for like 2 weeks and there's no reviews on it, but okay, right?
Okay.
But whatever. I got to like through the basic part of the intro, and it's like it really captures that Starship Troopers vibe. Like it's really literally stolen one from one, right? Which that's one of my favorite
it's really fun.
B-level movies, right? That series. I love Starship Troopers. So like they do the whole citizen bit, right? So that was like really nice. But by the time I was like finally able to get the game, I was like, I gotta go to sleep. I'm too tired. So I'm gonna try to get some time with it today, hopefully. But that and then a little bit of Brotato, you know what I'm saying? So one man spoke about it perfectly because it is one of those games. It is definitely Vampire Survivor type game, and y'all know that was my game last year. Like I played the crap out of that game.
Let us not get it twisted. You were the man who advocated for Vampire Survivor before even it hit Phil Spencer's radar.
That's right.
This man was talking about this game.
My indie game of the year.
Yes, he was talking about this game before anybody even knew what the hell that game was. So yes, I expect you to be on Brotato at this point as well. Question.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of those like clones of that style of game, there's something about that genre, right? That auto shooter kind of deal. It's just fun, right? It's just like just quick. I don't gotta think about it. Go in there.
How far in Brotato are you, sir?
I'm pretty early on. I'm probably like
okay.
I don't know, level 10 or 15 or something like that.
Okay.
Does
the backgrounds and things change at all in any of the later games? Does anybody know? Because I've been playing it as well, and it always seems like people had criticism of Vampire Survivor being basic, if you will, graphically.
No, this is even beyond basic. It is. I honestly don't even notice the backgrounds.
Yeah,
because the backgrounds have nothing to do with the game, right? It's just like whatever, right? It's just about let me get all the armaments I can get on this guy, and kill as many of them as I can as fast as possible. You know what I'm saying? So, it's just a simple concept game. Right? I think the industry needs more of those games, right? They don't take a lot to make, and they take many hours of people's time, and they can play on anything. So I'm big on that, right? Being able to play on any device. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Excellent.
So I'm loading up my Legion Go right now with all that kind of junk.
There you go.
When I travel this week. Yeah.
Yes. And I hear you're coming to Florida, sir. If you do, if and when you do, you gotta holler at me, sir. We need to have some lunch.
Yeah. I don't know. I won't be able to have no lunch because I want to be on conferences.
Oh yes, of course. We'll do later. We'll do later.
Conference,
we'll do
yeah.
Later.
So like the first 2 days, I think they have us tied up to like 9. But maybe Wednesday. Well, Wednesday I'm flying back out. But we'll see. We'll see. I'll let you know when I get out there.
Yeah. Indeed. Now, OBM, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask you, what have been keeping you busy this week as far as gaming?
Well, after I finished Prince of Persia, I moved on to the new Like a Dragon, which I'm surprised nobody's mentioned yet. That's really good. I'm only 10, 11 hours in, but the last one that came out,
just finished the tutorials, right? I
basically, yeah. I'm still learning a lot of stuff in the world. But the last one that came out in 2020 was the first Japanese RPG that I completed or even got really, really far in since the original PlayStation's on the original PlayStation Final Fantasy games. So it captivated me like none of those games have been able to for a long time, and they do such a good job with the turn-based system, and this has even evolved. It's even better than the last one, and all the characters in writing are really great. It does combine a lot of the like Eastern, like the color palette and everything that you expect from a Sega game with some Western, sort of dark story stuff. It does a really good job mashing those two in a way that I don't think too many other games do. I think this is a game that actually could appeal to people that like Western RPGs and don't really play a lot of the, anime inspired ones, which I'm not really an anime guy. So this one, characters are some of the best written characters, I think, in gaming really over the last few years. So looking forward to just continue to dive into that one. But 10 hours in means I've really just finished the tutorial.
Okay. I've been looking forward to playing that as well. It's just the backlog is monstrous, sir. It's just this is a little too much to
that's the problem with the big game, right? Like I'm the same way. Like I heard Cypher say it that this is like the backlog time of year where you really want to start firing through that, and then you find another gigantic game, and it
takes away all your attention.
It's like, forget about it. Like all those other games that you had lined up, and I don't know, I'll never get to them maybe, but I definitely couldn't put this one off. So,
Lucius, sir, how about you? What's been keeping you busy? Nope.
Right now I am currently playing Halo while listening to you guys. But yeah, Infinite Wealth has completely taken over my life. It's I probably have around 60 hours in that game right now. But that doesn't really mean much because you can do a lot in Infinite Wealth and just never really get past the story. So I'm in chapter 8, if that kind of gives an indication of where I am.
Yeah, I'm only 3.
Yeah, so yeah, the game's incredibly good. It's one of those games that's very surprising because despite how good it is, it still came out on the PS4 and Xbox One, which we can kind of get into the kind of industry conversation later about kind of the ramifications of things like that, where games that are coming out in 2024 are still being released for last gen consoles. But yeah, I'm enjoying that. I've still am chipping away at BG3. I'm in Act 2 of that game. I haven't gotten to Moonlight Towers yet. I'm like right outside of Moonlight Towers for the people who know what that means. And yeah, I've just been bouncing between a couple of games. I'm actually trying to finish games because I keep hearing that March is supposed to be crazy. So I'm trying to see if I can finish a couple games here or there, but my ADHD is just not letting me do that. I also started Potato, which is fantastic. You guys were talking about that. And I'm thinking about starting Persona 3 Reload, but once again, I have no time, so who knows?
Yeah, and you know what, Everborn Saga, I'll let you finish this out. I suspect I know your answer. Any chance for any kind of games on vacation, sir?
Does Karma Sutra count?
Oh,
I knew
Lord,
some shit was coming.
you know,
I don't know why
you
you,
know,
I don't know why you threw
you
it up like
know,
that.
You
bro.
walked
I
right
knew
into
it.
that one. This
Of
is
course,
just
I had to.
layup
I had
alley.
to.
Yo, I was thinking
Yes.
I was thinking of saying some foul shit in my head, but I'm like, let me just rock. But
Oh,
of course,
I
he
needed
said,
to give it the opportunity to completely go ridiculous. Go ahead.
I played Prince of Persia on the plane because the bathrooms are too small for the Mile High Club.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
it's so silly.
Oh my God. Anyway, let us move quickly along. Clearly,
It's your fault, Kay.
Clearly my fault.
That's all
I
on
should
you, Kay.
recognize.
Sorry,
My
that's
bad.
all on you, bro.
It's all
It's got a
on me.
one-track mind right now.
Seriously,
I
bro.
love it.
Seriously. But anyway, all right. So before we hit to the news proper, we have some news stories to discuss, but I'll do the host thing and ask you to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Please consider subscribing if you have not done so. We have some memberships if you feel so inclined. We love the whole community being here, always having great conversations. The link to the Discord is in the description. Please think about subscribing or joining us on that Discord, because a lot of the conversations you are about to hear us have, you'll probably hear it for the first time. But if you've been in the Discord, you've been through the roller coaster of emotions that has been us up until this point. But of course, now, since you haven't been in the Discord, you're going to hear concise, well thought out, reasoned thoughts, and you'll think that's where we started. No, we were in the trenches with everybody else. You just didn't hear any of it because we were in the Discord. Join the Discord, ladies and gentlemen.
Because we made a rule
to
not talk about this publicly until we had facts. But
exactly.
Again, that didn't stop our speculation in the private.
Didn't stop the
Discord
emotional crying.
It is a lot of people have egg on the face, but I said it from the beginning when it was just Hi-Fi Rush. I don't want to add to the nonsense, right? Because it was like a fog of war situation, and however I felt about the potential of what could happen, we didn't know what would happen. So it didn't make sense for me, and plus it didn't make sense for me to add fuel to that flame. Plus there were enough people doing it already, and I will talk about it, but I still think what they did is useful, because I think Phil Spencer and whoever else need to know what effect this could potentially have. And so even if it is just these, and we'll get into it, but if it's just if you don't like this, I don't think you should shut up. I think you should still say however you feel, because
we'll get into it,
they
man.
will do more.
You're jumping into the lead here real quick.
Okay.
There's so much to get into.
Listen, I may have to go.
He's jumping at the bit over there a little bit.
He's on borrowed time.
He's on borrowed time. I understand. Yeah. He's working. He's talking while doing one of these, stretching. Wifey's gonna be here any minute. Oh, here we go. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Hollywood Rules, $2 super chat. He says, everyone, congrats. Bad week for insiders. Indeed, it seems like it's been one of those weeks where they're throwing the baby out with the bathwater all over the place. What are we gonna do? It is what it is. And of course, Dave Ramos with the $2 super chat. Thank you for being here, Dave. He says, good morning and happy Saturday, y'all. And he's got a hot beverage and he's showing some support. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much for being here. But okay, let us get into it. Yes, the man's been chomping at the bit, but honestly, whether we want to believe it or not, I feel like this is basically speaking about a time where gaming is about to change. I call the show Transition for a reason, because it seems to me like everywhere you're looking, there's transition happening, right? You would think you'd let Microsoft sit back and catch all the arrows and Sony will be part of the people pointing the fingers, but even they came out and kind of inoculated Microsoft a little bit ahead of time with some of the conversations they were having, right? So let's start this thing, and there's a lot in these stories, but we're just gonna thread it all together and have this conversation. The first thing that you see on the screen here is the fact that there are no major AAA first-party games coming to PlayStation until at least April 2025, and obviously that conversation was part of I forget the gentleman's name. Yes, Hiroki Totoki. Basically coming out.
Such a great name.
That's my guy.
Hiroki Totoki. Love
Mr.
it.
Totoki, yes. Totoki-san came out and said that. and basically was under the conversation, part of the conversation, I should say, of them coming out and agreeing that, hey, they need to be more aggressive. There needs to be more turnaround. This was more to the money men, right? But basically saying we now see money on the table and we have to go get it, right? First off,
can
sir.
I ask you a question? Do you
Yes,
think
please.
Tim Stewart and Hiroki Totoki just hang out and get drinks together?
And they did one of those WWE things, so I'll
The
hit him
CEO
with this,
thing?
and then
Yeah,
5
man.
minutes
Money
later you
guy.
hit him with that. Right?
What
Just
happens
to
when
let
money
these people
guys
know.
take over, man?
This is what the money men are doing, right? So, okay, you know what? I will let you get the ball rolling, Mr. Everborn Saga. We were on vacation. We were on vacation, but we did hear all of this stuff. I'm sure you heard some of this. Hiroki Totoki coming out saying how they need to do a better job. There's room for growth. They're going to be far more aggressive, which to me, honestly, and you can dispel me right now, to me, that spelled literally day one games on PC. We see what's going on. Oh, and by the way, Helldivers 2 is successful. Goodbye exclusives PlayStation. Is that what it said to you? What are your takes on what he had to say?
I mean, there's a 20-year history of this, right? Xbox does something, they're the challenger brand. Status quo doesn't benefit them, so they do something different. Everyone laughs at them, and then they end up making a lot of money, and then the other people follow suit. I don't know how many times we have to see this happen before we just get that this is what's going to happen. Like, the shareholders are not going to see a third place entrant in the market having higher margins and then be like, yeah, we don't want that money, right? They're not. There's no principles to this thing. So I mean, you like look at the latest quarter, right? The Q2 or Q3, I don't know what their fiscal quarter is, but their October through December quarter, right? Their financial report came out, and Sony made what, 10 billion in revenue, but only 600 million in profit.
Yep.
Right? Like
Just
that.
Yeah.
And again, I think Helldivers proves it. I think Microsoft is proving it here, that their PC is growing, console is not, right? And what you have to take into account is you can look at the last 3 generations, right? There have roughly been the same number of consoles sold. Now, you can, and the thing about, these console platforms is their main audiences are kind of baked in. So unless you're going to take some from Nintendo, and I think they've taken all they can take from Xbox, right? The people on Xbox are probably not going anywhere because of their digital libraries and everything else. So there's really no room to move or grow. And you can do one thing, which is charge them more, which they've been doing. This is why you get all these peripherals and $70. And again,
And
this
even
is
with
not,
that,
I'm not
they
saying
didn't
this,
make any money.
I'm
And
not
more
saying this is
raises are coming, by the way.
Right.
We know.
Yeah.
right. And I'm not saying like this is a bad thing. It is a bad thing, but that's not what I'm saying right now. But you see that when you have a closed ecosystem and you don't have the number of users growing, you have to increase the revenue that you get per user. That's just the thing you have to do. So that can only take you so far. And if you need to grow, the next logical step is PC. And the problem with their approach that prioritizes their platform, their hardware platform, is when they were dabbling in PC, they would do it 2 years later, 4 years later, a year later. But your marketing spend happens up front. You're not going to spend another $50-100 million to market a game when it comes to PC. You're going to do that in a blog post. And therefore, you don't get the same fanfare as when you see a game that sort of launches everywhere. And look at the biggest games right now: Elden Ring, Hogwarts Legacy, right? These things are on PC and Xbox, PlayStation, whatever. But even look at Power World. Look at all of the things that Xbox does. Look at Starfield, right? Day and date on PC. So that writing was on the wall a long time ago. Now, how they start with day and date. I mean, they have started it with Helldivers 2. They will when Marathon comes out. That's going to be another PC day and date, and they're going to see that, and they see everything Microsoft is doing. So this makes sense. Now the question is, you know, he clarified when he said multi-platform that he meant PC and mobile. My question to you guys is, does it stop there, right? If and again, this is going to dovetail into the next thing, but do we see some of their multiplayer games expanding beyond PC? I think they have a few years of expanding into day and date PC before we see that, right? Because how long has Xbox been doing day and date PC? For like 5-6 years?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I think you're going to have something similar.
Gen, right?
Yeah. But this is what I mean. I think you're going to have something similar on the Sony side where they're going to transition to day and date PC, get that money, and when that is sort of tapped out or becomes predictable.
But what you're basically saying is, again, what we have said multiple times. Don't listen to what they say. Look at what Microsoft did a few steps behind.
5 years ago.
Right? They saturate their current market, and then they move on. Because right now, people are like, oh, Microsoft is putting it elsewhere. Yeah, because they saturated the PC market, right? Which is what Sony is doing now. So the next step after that would be the other platforms.
Right. And as usual, Microsoft gets everybody used to it. So it's a normal thing. And by the time Sony comes on board,
slides in there like, hey, the roads are paved already. Yes, absolutely. That is interesting.
But everybody loses their mind.
I have an interesting question for you, Everborn. Do you think Wolverine goes day and date on PC? Remember, they've said nothing is releasing, nothing AAA from them is releasing until April of 2025. Do you think Wolverine
until at least April
so that doesn't mean that that's when that game is coming out, but that's at least until when you will see any kind of output from them, right? Does Wolverine go day and date on PC, on Steam, or a launcher of some kind? As
I don't have money.
What I think is a better question. Well, not a better question. I'm going to answer this question in a second, but it just made me think. Does Sony still want to make a PS5 Pro?
I've said from the beginning that never made sense this generation. It just doesn't. I understand the person that leaked it is very reliable. It hasn't missed too many, and maybe not anything really that I can think of.
But some reliable people said Starfield was going to PlayStation. So reliable.
But yeah, this one does not. This one is never.
Don't do that.
A Pro has never made sense. We know they don't make money on hardware. We know the margins are small. You're right. You can have all the revenue from hardware in the world, and all you're going to end up doing is upgrading the enthusiast to the new console, where you're not going to make much more profit there. If anything, you're going to take money out of their pockets. They're not going to spend on games. There isn't any sweet spot this generation. Like, it's not like last gen when you knew that the 4K was just right there on right at the tip of the iceberg, and it wasn't going to take much from a developer standpoint to upgrade to 4K to market that. Like, what are we really marketing this time? It's like you're going to get, if you get something better, you're not going to guarantee like 120 frames. You're not going to be able to guarantee
not going to be able to guarantee 4K natively.
Yeah, what is the marketing angle, like that cutoff, right? That makes so much sense. I don't see it, and they already are slowing down. I just feel like a mid-gen refresh doesn't make sense for anybody this generation. The next time it makes sense for people to jump is when they can start doing things with AI, and I don't think we're ready for that right now. So I've since that first was rumored, I'm like, this makes zero sense. I would bet against it. I understand why they might have prototypes and had something ready to go. Because you want to make sure your competition doesn't, get an edge on you and things like that. But, especially with Jim Ryan leaving and this new person taking over who's focused on profit margins, if I was betting, and again, I could be 100% wrong on this because I know I'm going against everybody who's very reliable who says it's definitely coming. But logically, I would assume this executive, based on everything he said, would step in there and just cancel it. You know, and this would be the first time
because it doesn't make business sense. Yeah,
we know Microsoft is. There's public stuff where they've canceled hardware like the week of it was going to go out. Like it's not like unprecedented, right? Just because you have something set up.
The courier was almost in my hand. It was literally done. They had the box art, the whole thing done, and then they killed it in its crib. I was just like, no. Anyway,
so I mean, if you look at the sales gap between the series and the PS5, right? It's not like they're hurting where they need this to take them to the next level. And like you said, it's only going to be to the enthusiasts that already have PS5s.
Right. Yep.
And they've spent a lot of money to make PSVR 2 and a lot of money to make the Portal. Are they going to make this and turn a profit on each one and have it be a large enough jump to where it makes sense for anybody?
Yeah.
That's the thing. They would have to sell this at a profit. Like, in order to put this on the market, there would have to be profit built in, like a profit margin, because it's an
no way you're getting an uplift in performance and profit. That means you're selling it for $2K. Is that what you're telling us? Like, what are you talking about? To get an uplift in today's modern world with power, and OBM, I don't mean to cut you real quick. To get an uplift in power in today's modern technology world, it would because right now, what is it? The ROG Ally is selling $600, right, for that mobile uplift, right? And even that is not that much of an uplift. If you're talking PC, next gen console, we're saying about $800, $700-800 to really give you something substantial, more than you have with a PlayStation Pro right now, with the PlayStation 5 right now. $800 is what we're talking right now, right? But obviously, you're not going to sell that at a profit, because that means you're selling it for $2K. That's before any marketing, before the housing, before all the whiz bang, Yeah, is this $1,500? It's not going down. I don't know.
And you're taking money out of, so your enthusiasts are who you're going to sell it to, right? You're taking money out of their pockets that they could be spending on software and services, and now you're going to redirect that, because we know, like, anytime for the average person, they're gonna have a budget. So if you're going to take money and put it one area, it's not going to go towards your high margin stuff. The only thing, if I were playing devil's advocate against myself, which is something I'm good at doing, that you could say that because they're going into the PC world now, and I actually, to answer your question, I think they will go day and date on Wolverine. If you're going to go into that world, maybe you give this other option so that the enthusiasts don't jump over completely to PC, because even though you want to sell more copies of Wolverine, you don't want that base kind of trickling over there, because you don't have a platform, you don't have a subscription on PC, you don't have somewhere where that could catch your gamers that are going to head that direction. So we do know that when Microsoft did that, there was a segment of gamers, and there still is, that have gone from Xbox consoles and be like, you know what, I might as well go to PC. I get all the stuff that I used to get, and I can get it more options now. So sorry,
I had a phone call came in, so I missed what you guys were saying before. So apologies if you didn't cover this. But I think key for Wolverine, to answer your question, being day and date, and more Sony launches being day and date, I think they need their own launcher, right? Yeah, I agree. They need their own store where they can get that 100% margin, even if you're on PC. Yep. And I'm not saying, I think they're also still going to need to be on Steam, because Steam has a goddamn monopoly.
That's right.
But for your hardcore will go and download it from your store. And I'm not saying they'll do dual entitlement, but I am saying there are people that will go into your PC store and buy it there. And I don't know if there's work being done on that. I don't know if Bungie could help them build a launcher. I don't know if Bungie ever had a launcher. But I think that's going to be core to their potential PC day and date strategy.
Yeah, understood.
Because maybe not everything will be in Steam day one, but if it'll be on PC day one, but you got to get their launcher, and then they'll bring it over to Steam later.
Let me disrupt this real quick, because I have a few super chats that I wanted to make sure we call this out. First, the blue number. Thank you so much. $5 super chat just for support. Didn't even leave a message. We appreciate you. Thank you so much, Holly. We appreciate you being here. Floodzilla with a $5 super chat saying, K, you in Florida, I'm in Jersey. Got a shovel and and you don't, so I'm hating with love. I understand, sir. I chose not to live in Antarctica. I moved on. It is what it is.
Snow and bills.
I used to live up there. Nope, I don't feel sorry for you. And of course, Mr. Paris Lilly here to say he's here to say congrats to Everborn on an amazing wedding, and his bait DMs ain't gonna work on him anymore. Yeah, we shall see, sir.
I almost got you today.
Into the next one.
Every day, at least once a day, I send Paris a DM.
Send him some bait.
It's like a landmine. Hoping he steps on
it. And most of the time, he literally falls for it. Hook, line, and sinker too. But yes, thank you for being here, sir. We appreciate you being here, part of the great community. Thank you guys so much for all the support. I see the lively conversations in the chat. If you have not done so, please consider hitting that like button. I see 180 some odd folks in here. Thank you guys so much for checking out the stuff. Hit the like button. Consider subscribing.
Hey,
yes,
really quick, Kay, I just sent you a link in the DM. We put up a little website for the wedding. So we're gonna upload pictures and things there if anyone cares about that stuff.
Excellent.
But also, if you want to give us a gift,
hey,
there are links in there where you can do donations.
Indeed. The man needs to pay for the wedding now. It is what it is. What are you gonna do? It's going down,
He's only got so many
38 people.
Only got so many livers he can sell. Right? So,
that's right. Right. I will put that in the chat right now. As you see, it's in the chat right now. Go check out the festivities and consider, hitting the man, giving the man some love and all that, for the very expensive, very great ceremony that he had. So yes, appreciate you, man. All right, so let's get back to that conversation. The elusive one, the quiet one in the background, Mr. Lucius Augustus. What are your thoughts, sir? It looks like, starting with PlayStation, the ground beneath our feet, the model we're used to, is unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on where you are, changing. What are your thoughts, sir? Are you a PlayStation main? Do you play there? Does this affect you?
I barely play on PlayStation. I don't even have a PlayStation 5. I only play a friend's PlayStation 5 when I want to play the games over there. I am so far removed from that ecosystem that it really does not matter to me. Now, imagine if I was a journalist and all I was saying for the past few weeks is that it doesn't matter if PlayStation games go elsewhere, and maybe they should go to Xbox too. My view would probably be kind of skewed. And it would be okay for people to point that out.
Yep.
He has put on his violence pants this morning. He's just, every shot is a dagger. Like, damn, man, what are we doing?
Okay, well, I mean, why not?
Keep going. We're listening. Yes.
So for me, this may have been the luckiest thing to ever happen to Xbox. This is, I can't even compare it to another moment, because if it wasn't for this happening the day before, I don't think that they would have been able to thread the needle. And for me personally, I don't think they did, but I think for the community they did. I think overall, the way that people were feeling previously, and then the PlayStation news came out, really helped Xbox thread that needle. And now to focus on PlayStation, I think that this has been obvious for a very long time, but it's one of the problems that I foresee is their inability to suddenly jump in and start making these games day one for PC. A lot of their studios are not equipped for day one PC release. Microsoft has for a very long time trained its studios and made sure to acquire talent that allowed them to be able to deliver those titles day one on PC. Since Quantum Break, it's been very clear that Xbox has made an initiative that if a game's coming out on Xbox, it's going to come out on PC. Now, I wish they had the same energy for the PC to Xbox side, and people will say, well, it's because of the controller constraints. If you know you're going to make Ara History Untold, why is it that you're not focused on having a few people working on a controller scheme since the beginning? If you know that you're making
that's usually a weak excuse. That's usually a weak
why
excuse.
is it that you're making this game? So why is it that you don't hire the people
honestly,
to constantly work in the background?
Honestly,
but
Lucius, I think if there is a real reason why one gets delayed over the other, it's that on PC you just publish, and on console there are so many hurdles to climb and so many things to get through.
But they're the ones who are making those hurdles. It's them.
I know,
right?
I know.
It's all internal.
I don't want to hear this.
All internal.
But it's true.
It's a good try and an excuse for it, but there's no excuse for it.
Yeah, there's no excuse.
You know, yeah.
Get through Game Pass. There are Game Pass deals when you are giving people money to release games on Xbox. The studio can't figure some stuff out, so they only release the game on PC. They get the full bag. And a year and a half later, 14, 18 months later is when the Xbox dude is getting it. Whatever. I'm skipping topics. Regarding regarding PlayStation, I feel like them going to PC day and date is going to be better for them as a business. And I think that their brand is so strong that them doing this has no impact on their brand. You cannot say the same thing for Xbox. I wholeheartedly believe that if Nintendo was just like, hey, we're gonna make our games day and date, it would blow everyone's minds, but under no circumstance would I feel as if people would stop buying a Nintendo Switch or wouldn't buy a Nintendo Switch 2, because their brand is that powerful. That's how I feel about the PlayStation situation. Good for them. Make that money.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think we haven't heard from you, Mr. Pixelbit G. Let's get your thoughts on it, and then we'll move forward. What do you think of where we are with PlayStation? It looks like to me, it looks like the NWO era where they went in the background and they spoke real quick, and they went, "I'm gonna need you to come in here. When I punch you in the face, you punch me back, and this is how we're doing." And Hiroki Totoki and Tim Stewart are gonna go back, as Everborn says, and have beers and talk about it later. You know, we need to herd the cats in a certain way. Is that what's happening here, or is this serendipitous?
Well, I mean, we kind of knew that was coming when they got rid of good old Jim.
Oh,
right. So people were saying like, Jim. Hey, like what's gonna change, right? They brought the money man in.
Yeah.
Right. They made the money man the president of the company.
Hey, Pixel.
Right? Yeah.
Pixel, did you hear how he said he talked to all of the studios and it doesn't seem like they know how to translate their creative vision to actually make it money? I was like, damn.
That's a savage comment, but that's the kind of comment you get from the money man, right?
You thought Jimbo threw them under the bus when he said they couldn't make anything to compete with Call of Duty?
This dude drove over them.
He just don't know how to make
He backed the bus up and then brought another bus.
That's
right. So it's kind of expected when you bring the money man in that they're looking at that, and you know, certain people in the Xbox community have been talking about the margins from PlayStation for a while, and that they were lacking. The FTC reporting had brought out that Microsoft knew that they had better margins than Sony on gaming, right? So Sony knows that. So now you get rid of the current boss, you bring in a new boss. And the new boss is like, yeah, I saw those margins. I don't like it. And like he said, there's only two ways to deal with it, right? You either are going to charge them more, which they've been doing. They've been doing that since last gen, if you really think about it.
There's rumor and speculation that might go to $80 a game. Oh boy.
I'm not even talking about the $80. I've been talking and complaining about PlayStation's tactics when it comes to things like BS upgrades, when it comes to things like packaging DLC as a standalone, right? Like, for people who don't understand, when you take a DLC and you package it as a standalone, you're selling it as a new game, but it's really just part of another game. Just because you package it as something different doesn't mean you did all the work, right? It's a DLC still. But that's been Sony's tactics since last gen, because they're trying to make more money.
Are you shooting at Miles Morales, sir? Is that what you're doing right now?
I'm shooting at Miles. I'm shooting at Uncharted. I'm shooting at... No, I'm not saying I don't like those games, but there's a reason they can charge you $50 when it's really a $30 game. Like, let's keep it a buck. It's a $30 game. But y'all cap for it. So they're like, hey, whatever, let's charge you $50 for the $30 game.
Yeah.
But the whole point of that is, I'm saying it's greedy, but it's not greedy. It's them trying to make more money per customer because they know that the console market is capped. And when Phil Spencer said it years ago, y'all all said, oh, what are they talking about? But anybody who's been in this game since 360 knows that there's 300 million consoles. Period.
I would even push back on it being. I'd say it's even shrinking.
No, hold up. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Oh, yeah.
Let me finish. I said there's 300 million consoles. I didn't say players. I said consoles. The reason I say that is because everyone in this room can account for 5 to 6 to 10 consoles. Am I right? Y'all all double dippers and triple dippers.
Two.
Right?
Yeah,
I got four.
Yeah.
I got 4 switches. Sorry, 5.
Oh.
I got
Jesus.
5 switches.
You are seriously
I got-
part of the
I got-
problem, sir.
I got
You
2
are the
sons,
problem.
right? I got 2 sons and a daughter. I got 5 switches. I got 4 Xbox Series. I got 2 PS5s. And that's me every gen.
5
That's not
switches
this
together
gen.
would have gotten them a
Every-
boss PC. What are you doing, man?
Right.
Well, they got PC too, man. That's besides the point. But
Well, I mean,
the point is,
Let's-
though, that a lot of console purchases for like people who are in gaming, who enjoy gaming, we buy multiple consoles. So there's never been 300 million players, right? There's just 300 million consoles being purchased from a smaller pool of people. And then as we pull back and stop buying as many consoles, those numbers start going down. So they're not getting new players, right? They're getting either people who are double dipping across or people who are buying multiple consoles. But then you look at Sony's actual sales, their game sales, and you're saying why they're dipping for the last 2 years when they've been making all this money on consoles. Because when I buy a game, I'm not buying 2 copies of that game. We have 2 consoles, I'm buying 1 copy of that game, right? I'm not buying multiple copies. And I think that's what you're starting to see is that it's not just, like previously I thought it was just like the casuals who are the ones who are only buying 2 or 3 games, but it's more than that, right?
Yep.
It's casuals who buy less, and then it's other people who may play more games and may actually buy more consoles, but who aren't buying more games, right? You're just buying 1 copy, and then you guys play that when you can play it because games are more expensive. So
I will give credit to Flood in the chat here. Floodzilla speaking on something that we completely forget about, and is still very much a factor in this equation. We are so heavy in the PS5 world, we forget the PS4 install base is still very strong and have not moved away from their hardware. There is a whole contingent of PS4 users who are like, nope, I see no reason to upgrade, and they are still there, and they don't get counted because they're a part of the last gen, right? It's a big contingent.
And think about that, right? That has to be something that nobody considered, right?
Yeah.
That you are now technically at the middle part of a generation, and you still have millions of people who have just simply not upgraded.
But look at the most played games, like I said before.
And they're calling themselves in the later stage. They say they're in the latter stage of the cycle.
Right.
And people
we may
haven't
be
even upgraded
2/3 through a generation and people aren't upgrading. But to one bad's point, right?
Please.
There's the games that sell aren't those big games. They just aren't them. And then if you take those games, remove FOMO from it, and you put them on PC 2 years later, nobody's buying that. The only people who are buying those games are people who already own the PS versions of them. And how do you know that? Because when you see a God of War release on PC or a Spider-Man, they barely chart.
Yeah.
They sell a couple, but they don't really chart. They don't bang like that because you probably already got the game already. Most of us did, and I'm not double dipping again.
And Pixel, if you notice, if you're looking at the sales of each of those games that were later ports, each one of them progressively went down in the overall number they sold.
Exactly.
Like Horizon sold several million because it was like, wow, this is the first time a PlayStation game is going to Steam.
Yep.
But then the next one sold less, and the next one sold less, and the next one sold less. And so again, and all of that is related to the marketing that they do. And you're again the same way. You're not going to double dip like
when it comes out too, right?
Right.
It usually comes out busted.
And that, I mean, they're
not going to
usually
double
very
dip on
good
the marketing
PC
budget
ports,
also.
but they're not. They're generally not PC ports that exploit PC hardware the way one would expect, right?
That's right.
So the people who are double dipping and saying, "I want to see the big difference," and then you get it, and it's like, well, damn, it's kind of the PS4 textures. You know, it's nice because I got the God of War when it came out, and then I played it on PC a little bit. I was like, I won't be double dipping again, right? So I think them moving to PC. I don't know how much it impacts them, at least for single player games, right? Because I personally don't think the single player games that they make are really a driver for PC gamers, right? We pay, at least me, like I play a more diverse kind of game on PC, right? Something more complicated, less hand holding. I don't know if the movie game format is big on PC.
So let me pause you for just a quick moment because I have a very interesting question based on your line of where you're going. But let me pause real quick and say, J Mac in here with $5 super chat, the great J Mac, and he says in all caps, as well deserved, shout out to little J Mac on his big 13th celebrating at the Great Wolf Lodge. I know he was taking the family to a special place for his 13th for J Mac Jr.'s 13th birthday. They're at the Great Wolf Lodge right now. Salute to you, good sir. Salute to J Mac Jr. We hope you're having a great birthday. And shout out to you for always supporting us and being here. We appreciate you, sir. So, question.
Congrats on that. What's up?
Question to you, Mr. Pixelbit G, on the line of question you're bringing, and you're absolutely right. You're cooking on that. Let me ask you a quick question on this. In that world that we have already realized that, hey, they keep coming out with great games. They're the single player games, but they don't hit the way people expect them to hit on Steam like you'd think. Yeah, there may be a chance for them to go day and date on PC to see if they can recoup some of those costs. Do you see a world where the bag changes hands and we start seeing some of these games on PC Game Pass?
Wow. I didn't think about that one.
Because because as we know, and we've heard Hiroki Totoki say it, there's the money, it is on the table. They also do have the telemetry when Death Stranding went to Game Pass.
Yeah, Death Stranding did go on, but Death Stranding,
and there's a chance Death Stranding 2 might also go there
Sony
as well.
Published, though, right? I don't know about that. I don't. Yeah, but it wasn't Sony published, right? So they got around it.
True.
I don't think we are.
The reason I'm bringing this up is because it seems to me like Hiroki Totoki is much like Satya, where there are no sacred cows. If it makes it, it makes it. We don't care about your previous BS.
It makes money.
We're here for the money. So is there a world possibly that they go, hey man, we have these people on PC Game Pass offering the bag to kind of make us whole on these things that are not achieving what we need to achieve. They're talking about aggressive growth. You don't see them potentially throwing some things on Game Pass?
I'll say this. If that happened, I don't think that Microsoft would be the one engaged in the conversation.
Okay.
Because Microsoft has spent a lot of money on content at this point. And I'd be very surprised that they would be throwing any big bags towards anybody at this point because they spent so much money on their content. So maybe later in cycle, possible, right? That some of these PlayStation games could end up in Game Pass, right? Late cycle, where it would be cheaper for Microsoft to add them to their catalog, temporarily. Yeah. But I don't think you get like anything like anywhere near close to the time that it hits PC, because I don't believe that Microsoft. Doubtful. Yeah, that's doubtful. But because I don't believe Microsoft is gonna be going that route with their money anymore. I don't think like Microsoft has spent so much money on content and trying to push. If they're gonna be going to PC and contemplating putting things on other platforms, I don't think they're gonna be spending money on third-party AAA content like that going forward.
Yeah,
not big time. I don't think they're gonna do it.
It does make sense.
And Sony's stuff would be coming at a premium because Sony's Sony, right?
Indeed.
They're gonna think like, oh, you got to pay us extra. Microsoft's gonna be like, son, we make games that look like that. What are you talking about? We're not doing that. So, yeah, I don't see it. It would be interesting. It would be funny, but I doubt it.
Hey now, I'm
never say never.
I'm trying to get that Lucius Augustus energy right now.
Add a little salt into the game, but yeah, I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Did I miss anybody? Any takes that we didn't capture as far as like where we find PlayStation? Because if not, we will then move to Nintendo, who's also making.
We find PlayStation basically untouched and unfazed. There you go.
I don't know about untouched and unfazed. It looks like they want you to believe that. I don't know if they are actually. Go ahead,
they're phased. I mean, their margins are phased, but their fan base isn't going to go into a panic about it because
Sure. Oh yeah. Their fan base
the media won't support that panic.
They're very good at controlling the narrative. And
no, they're not good at controlling the narrative. The media helps them control the narrative.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't get the media blowing shit up out of proportion for Sony. So anything that happens that explodes in Sony's face, the media's like, oh, we didn't see that.
But it is something worth acknowledging before we ever get into the Xbox stuff, that the market leader, and let's take Sony or take Nintendo out of the equation, because like I said before, they mashed in their handheld. They always had a dominant position in that. I don't think we could, when we're looking at like numbers of consoles, people could like to throw the Switch in there, but I feel like you're kind of miscounting if you're comparing to like GameCube when they had a separate like DS, right? For example, you pulling them out of there. If you're just talking about consoles sitting underneath your TV, the industry isn't growing at all in that high powered, whatever the regulators defined, it's not growing in that area.
Performance console market,
high performance, and not only that, not only is it not growing, like, because it's staying about even in terms of active users. I think that's almost like the better metric to look at, because like you were saying, Pixelbit, the number of hardware doesn't matter. What really matters is the number of people that are using, different users that are in the ecosystem every day. You're, because there's always going to be some people leaving and some people coming, either just people aging out or going to PC. You bring in your casuals, and so what they're replacing them with, they're replacing a lot of us graybeards that would buy 20 games a year or whatever it is, the single player games, and just keep churning that stuff. You're replacing them now with the gamer that plays Fortnite and Minecraft all year long, or plays Madden and NBA 2K all year long. And that's basically today's new gamers, they spend a lot more money on less games, and so if you're not one of those games, that's where the struggle is. And that's why Jim was trying to find he's trying to find one of those games or more of those games, right, that people spend all year on. So, but just thought I'd throw that in there because I do think that's going to be relevant.
Did we lose him?
We did.
I think
so. Yeah.
Sniped. You got sniped. Oh no.
Yeah. So the thing is, it'll be interesting, and I know we're moving on to Nintendo now, but what'll be interesting with PlayStation is, like, yes, they're first party games that have a big budget. Yes, they could have a larger audience, but it really, when they say content and services, it's about the 30% cut they take on everything else. And Microsoft, going to PC says that they have their Xbox store, and the Xbox store, as I understand it, is like the second most used launcher. I don't know if that's true, but I saw a slide somewhere that showed that.
Well, yeah, because the minute you add Game Pass into it and you integrate it in, whether you like it or not, you have to use the gamepad, the PC store to interfere. Now,
but it's also
the sentiment choice? Probably not. It's mandate. That's what it is,
right? But it's also tyranny of the default, right?
Exactly.
So exactly. There's a billion Windows PCs, and the Xbox app is installed on.
Is on all of them. So whether you like it or not.
No, but they're saying it's most used. So its mere existence doesn't require its use, right? My wife has that on her system. She's never used it.
I understand. I'm just saying, people see it, and just because people see it, they'll click on it. I think that helps with. And again, I don't know what the slide that I saw is in reference to, but I did see a slide somewhere that we won't talk about that it's like the second most used launcher. So that being said, would it make sense for Sony to go all in on PC without their own PC store?
No, because you're not going to make the money. You need, they have the, and this is, look, it's kind of the reason why I'm adamantly against Microsoft moving too much of their content off of their console, because it is the only place where you get 100% on, right? So if Sony needs something on the PC side where they can get 100%. I don't think they want to give up that, give 30% to Steam every day, right? So they got to do something.
Yeah. And Cozy Beluga in here. Thank you so much for being here. Great member of the community. She makes a good point. She says the Xbox launcher is buggy as hell, but provides the second most benefits to Steam, right? So even Epic doesn't come close, even though I would say Epic been trying to throw their weight around, trying to offer everybody games. And what do? I say thank you. I will accept it.
Absolutely ineffective. Yep. I download their game and then I open up GOG to play it. I don't even
And you know what? And it's good you say that, because that's one thing I thought of, right? What you were talking about, the PlayStation needing a launcher. I'm always like, somebody please protect GOG. I don't want anyone to use them as the political football that gets bought for the purposes of this. Because this is whoever gets GOG automatically jumps ahead, because they have figured it out. Yeah, they need to work on their touch interface and all that. But as far as integrating all the stores, giving you a one pane of glass to look at, not having to deal with any of these ridiculous launchers, it all just launches from there, and it works seamlessly.
API is kind of nice when it works.
They capture, yes,
it has some issues with some of the logins, but when it actually works, it's pretty good.
It's pretty seamless. I'm always like, someone please protect GOG. Let us not find that they now belong to one versus the other, because theirs is the solution of the future. Seriously, So yes, absolutely. All right, well, let us move forward and talk a bit about this Nintendo launch news. Now, we've all heard in the background, ladies and gentlemen, that yes, it's coming. It's almost here. Oh, it's here already. The grubster keeps dropping the bombs, and then all of a sudden, maybe it doesn't happen as quickly as we initially thought. Now it looks like Q1 2025 is the launch, seemingly. That's what it looks like, ladies and gentlemen. And there's still rumor and speculation abound about what the hardware will be and how performant it will be, and people are still really much in that speculation mode. Will it be full back compat, or will it be half back compat and one is only digital? There's still a lot in the air there. I will let Lucius get the first bite at this one, sir. What do you think, sir? I know that you're an Xbox main. How's your PlayStation? How's your Nintendo library looking? Is this exciting to you, or will this not really move the needle for you? What are your thoughts?
I actually don't talk about my Nintendo library a lot, but I actually have an extensive Nintendo for my Nintendo Switch.
Okay.
I do enjoy their games. I've always put respect on Nintendo's name. Okay. I think that the smartest move for Nintendo is to have as many consoles as possible for its release. And if that means pushing the release back 1 quarter so that way they can get all the manufacturing and everything else done, I think that that's going to be best for them, because this kind of handheld space is now getting more competitive, with PC handhelds getting smaller and better, and the technology is only going to get more efficient. And on the technology side, I think Nintendo, I think Nvidia has something to prove, because there's almost all of these handhelds are AMD. So Nvidia kind of wants to be able to show the world that it can do a lot in that form factor. And the Switch, I don't think, has been a great
that Tegra X1 has been shooting its shot for like 10 years now. It was obsolete the moment it showed up, but it's still shooting that shot.
Shooting is I'm not sure how
it's doing something, but like at the end of the day, there's
the
plenty
melty
of
face ports have been abound. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't exactly. All I know is it is in their best interest to have it so that way the Nintendo Switch 2, the Super Nintendo Switch, whatever they end up calling it, has bare minimum.
No, it better be the Super Nintendo Switch. There's no other option for this.
Bare minimum. Bare minimum, it needs to have backwards compatibility for its digital library, because I don't think, no matter who you are, I think digital libraries are going to become more and more important, especially since not just the gaming industry, but the entertainment industry as a whole are starting to kind of move away from physical media. And if that's going to be the case, you as a company need to make it feel as if people's stuff is safe. And if Nintendo even somewhat buckles on at least the digital side of it, I think that there's going to be a hit there. Now on the physical side, I still see the physical side, it being very feasible to support the games, even if they end up doing something like what Xbox does, where you put the physical media in, it recognizes the physical media, and then it immediately starts downloading the game elsewhere.
It bare minimum your hex key and then downloads the game for you. That's right.
Exactly. So like they should at least be able to do that. Whether or not they will, I don't know. But it is possible for them to be able to at least support it physically when it comes to the download side. And I that's just how I feel about it. I think that anyone who loves Nintendo, supports Nintendo, whatever, should not be in the mentality of let's allow Nintendo to do what they did to us with the Wii U. That's right. Like, I don't want like Mario 8 Deluxe Super Edition Mega to be on the Switch too.
The Switch launch game?
Yeah,
Man,
because like
that would be amazing. That game was built 20 years ago, and it would still be rotten, and everybody would buy it. Everybody would just buy it.
And everybody would buy it. I think that there's only so much that you can do when it comes to that, and I think Nintendo needs to recognize the room and just at least give people the backwards compatibility of the Switch games that they already have. That doesn't mean that they'll ever give us the Wii shop, like the Wii U shop ownership that we previously had from some of those older games. They're going to hold those hostage behind their subscription. But at least for the Switch, those games should be protected towards the future. That's how I feel about it.
So, okay, Everborn Saga, let me get you in on this as well. Let me ask you this, okay?
Ask away.
If and when this thing releases and it comes out and we're looking at it, and because you and I have had conversations abound about the UI, UX experience, the fundamentals of an ecosystem, even beyond the content. And we all know content is king, and we're talking about Nintendo, who has proven that over and over and over again. They will sell you cardboard and you will buy it because the content is king, right? But are there and or should there be minimum requirements for adopting this new ecosystem? Meaning, like, you know as well as I do, when PS5 or PS6 or the next Xbox shows up and they don't have crossplay and they don't have chatting with your friends, or being able to chat, or being able to do voice with your friends, or be able to join group chats, some fundamentals, cloud saves, easy access to certain things that are now becoming baseline in this environment. If they still stand on the square and go, well, we're just gonna maybe let you send a chat to your buddy after you give them their 18-digit social security number code, with your street address, are you still down, or do you think that people will start to revolt finally? What are your thoughts?
Again, will it have the new Mario game?
It'll definitely have the new Mario game.
Then
it doesn't matter.
Just like every one of you sons of bees in here, I will buy it. And so will you, and you will shut up about it.
So it's a lot of chatter.
I will not shut up about it. That's for damn sure.
Built for this action.
Listen,
I will most likely buy it, but I will definitely not shut up about it.
All right, good. Because I'm happy to take knees on this one too. You will be a day one.
Oh, I'll buy it.
Super Nintendo
I will buy
Switch
it.
buy.
But I will be. Look,
but then it don't matter.
I am the reason why
he gonna buy it.
You're in your
face on, but he gonna still buy it.
They're not giving you group chat.
I will take the credit and say I am the. I'm taking the credit and saying I'm the sole reason why so many people know of this device as the Abacus now. I am that reason. And if this thing doesn't have certain requirements, it will be the 8-track player moving forward. That's what it will be, and it'll just be what it is.
But
let
they
me
will
push back a
still
little
have
bit.
your money. They will still have my money. They will
Sure
still
they
have,
will.
They don't care what you have
They
to say.
will
will
Yeah,
have
you still
bonds,
say it,
Let me
though.
push back
they
a
will
little
have
bit.
Go
silent
ahead,
cipher.
Lon.
No,
Lon, you
no,
wanted to push
sir,
back.
they
Go
will.
ahead. Yeah, I
Let me
know
push back
Silent
a
has
little
some
bit.
thoughts. Go ahead, Lon, real quick.
So here's the biggest thing. Let's look at, and everybody thinks that Nintendo's infallible, that, you know, just because they have the next Mario X, Y, and Z, they can get this work just like anybody else. And here's the reason why. I can point to two things, two different sectors: the Wii to the Wii U, and the Nintendo DS to the 3DS. And for those of you who only look at the end numbers, you're going to be like, what are you talking about? The 3DS sold really well. If you remember, at the launch of the 3DS, that thing was way too expensive. It was like double the price of a DS, and people just didn't see the appeal of 3D. There was I think there was like one launch title for the game, which I think was like Mario 3D World. And as good as that Mario game was, people were like, nah. And that console did not sell for about 1.5 to 2 years until Nintendo decreased the price of the 3DS and also provided a couple different other like options like the 2DS and stuff like that. And then it started selling like gangbusters. So I will push back a little bit on this. Nintendo is infallible just because they have the next Mario game. They'll be able to survive. They gotta watch out too. Like, it's not to say that they can. I think that they can make really big mistakes and then that'll affect them. But as long as they don't step on too many rakes, I think that they'll be good.
So let me ask you a question, like just on a serious note now. It's going to be an interesting time, especially if it's not going to be this year. It's going to be 2025, right? And this means they'll have a device. Obviously, they're going to want to hit that like $400 price point, right? $299 if they can. But I just think with inflation, for $399 is the new $299. So they will be out at a time where they definitely won't be the most powerful. I think they're going to do some interesting things, but handhelds are sort of taking off in a way, and there'll be a Steam Deck 2s that are out there. If Microsoft gets their head out of their behinds and they make their handheld, they'll be going against that. And we may say that won't matter, but really what they'd be going against is a Windows handheld world. And if Microsoft does the thing we want them to do, the Xbox UI as a mode in Windows that can sideload Steam games or whatever other launcher you want, how does a Super Switch fare in that world? There's rumors that PlayStation is going to make a handheld.
Let me answer that real quick. Absolutely perfectly with no issues. Why? Because while Microsoft and Sony and all of them are still pushing in the direction we want them to push in, which is, you know, faster, better, NLB, newest, latest, best, right? They're churning that. We want more from them. Nintendo figured out a long time ago they can literally work on a game, get it done, and then park it, and then use it whenever they feel the need to. They're on a strategic different model, right? Their games, they don't have to adhere to the latest and greatest and, oh, can you see your face in the puddle? They don't need to adhere to that. They never did. They never will, right? To them, gameplay has always been king. They are Brotato, the company, right? They don't care. That's what they are. They always have been, right? And in that world, when you're not pushing speeds and feeds on your consumer, right? You can literally give everyone current Steam Deck specs, right? But make sure that the Nintendo takes that and makes Mario Wonder shine. Make the next Mario Kart shine. Like, it's the same thing that Apple has been doing all this time. Even though the power levels are equal across the board, when you do something completely different with them, you're no longer compared to the others, right? So everybody looks at Apple's thing and goes, ooh, it's not anywhere different. When I can tell you it's literally coming out of the same factories that design Dell machines and design HP machines, but they do something different. So your brain doesn't equate them that way. Same thing here with Nintendo. They will be fine because the developers will spend so much time and effort churning specifically for their hardware, and they won't become just like your next ROG Ally or your Steam Deck or whatever, because all those others have similar development environments, and you have to laser focus on the Switch. And they won't change their development pipeline.
If I can say one thing really quick. Oh, sorry, Pixel. The question isn't really like, more power or whatever, because there's different markets and these handhelds are in fact PCs. I guess what I'm getting at is there any sort of trepidation or sort of murky waters for Nintendo now that there will actually be competition in the handheld space?
They will be the only ones with DLSS.
Not true.
No, Microsoft now has a
they have
Windows.
You are not understanding me. You are not understanding me.
Yeah, with DLSS
I didn't say that they're the only ones with upscaling. I said
Yeah.
that they are the only ones with DLSS, and that's
Okay, I want you to hear what I say. What I'm saying.
Mhm.
Windows 11 now has a DLSS as part of the current of the system now.
That's if you have tensor cores to use it. If you don't have
wait a
tensor
minute.
cores,
Wait a minute.
it
What do
doesn't.
you think is going to be in the next units that Microsoft's making?
They'll be NPUs. They will not be tensor cores. Tensor cores are specific to NVIDIA.
NVIDIA, yes.
So,
Yes,
so Microsoft's version of DLSS only supports tensor core. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when it comes to a development pipeline, and a lot of developers specifically develop for tensor when it comes to acceleration and all that other stuff. If we're talking about that environment, Nintendo is going to significantly benefit from that environment because they're going to be using NVIDIA's technology.
I see what you're saying.
In comparison
You're
to
saying that
handhelds,
they would
which
be benefiting from the pre-existing technology that NVIDIA already has.
Whatever happens in the future will happen in the future.
Fair enough.
The specific DLSS pipeline, they will directly benefit from that in comparison to.
But you and I, we all
Are we
also know,
100% sure that Microsoft's handheld won't be NVIDIA?
We don't know.
I don't think.
We're not
Okay,
sure.
so here's the thing. I don't think, no matter what, Microsoft as a company wants to connect itself to NVIDIA, because
But that's not true. That because they're connected with them right now on the AI.
That's only
GPUs
because
that
they're both kind of riding the AI train. What I'm telling you is that there are people at Microsoft who are still cautious about, and this comes back from the OG Xbox days. The reason why they needed to kind of jump from the Xbox One to the 360 was because NVIDIA refused to decrease their prices even after however many years, making it unfeasible for them to continue to like make more original Xboxes. So it kind of forced them
to be fair, we're talking about a market back when they were unproven, 2001. If they were to have a let's talk about consoles conversation today, today's world is way different than 2001, 2002, 2003.
Yeah,
right?
but
And does NVIDIA want to jeopardize their AI partnership with Microsoft by fucking over their game?
That is the future, by the way. NVIDIA
business?
does not care about your game. They don't care about your 4090s. No. AI is taking them to the promised land, and I am with you on that other board.
We're almost like a $2 trillion company or something.
Because of it, yes. If NVIDIA,
that's because of the deal with Microsoft.
Exactly.
I don't think they would have messed that up.
Exactly. Trust me, it's absolutely true. If Microsoft goes, hey, by the way, NVIDIA, you and I are working so well together in this AI realm. How about we make a side deal because we want some of your hardware for our platform? There is a conversation to be had there. Because today, I really believe it. Today, the only reason why NVIDIA is still playing in the game space is because they always have. If they had a chance to pivot and drop it and go full bore into AI, that's what they would do. They don't care about games anymore because there's too much money to be made in AI. But continue along.
I still think Microsoft is going to go with AMD, and I think that AMD has been working on an ARM chip for a few years now. It's trying to convert a lot of its stuff to ARM just to combat Qualcomm, and I think what's going to be very important is this fall when we start seeing ARM laptops actually come out that are powered by that like Snapdragon X Elite or whatever. And if we see anything from AMD, That's what I really want to see. I want to see how those ARM chips perform and how games perform on them when it comes to Windows on ARM, because the translation layers,
the work Microsoft has done there, that would be super important.
Yes, the work that Microsoft has done there for a lot of other applications have made the translation layer significantly better over the past like year and a half. Yep. But for gaming specifically, you need the hardware to be there to be able to really test it out. And there's no really good Windows ARM chips right now that are like super powerful. So we got to wait on those. And then if those end up being as good as I think that they're going to, then we could see Microsoft kind of go towards the ARM direction with AMD. We'll see.
Yeah, no, I think you're right on the money there. You know, love the tech talk. Always appreciate that. Silent Cypher, sir, we know you have a prolific talking points related to Nintendo. I've heard some of the stuff in the background. Hold on to your butts, people. What are your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, of Silent Cypher? What do you think?
We'll go ahead and start this off with Mr. Dark's favorite picture, actually, since he's giving me a fun time there in the chat. I don't know if you can, see that.
Oh, the door stop.
The slander, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
So to continue on this one, I think a few things are evident in the situation with Nintendo. I like the idea that was floated earlier, the possibility of making that physical back compat possible by doing just the verification checkpoint on the cartridge. I think that's great. However, honestly, I think when it comes to back compat with that new system, you're either going to have it or you're not. Like they're not going to do some fancy tweak to make it so it'll work. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, you're not getting it. They're not going to play around with the hardware and the software, and they're going to make those things happen. I just don't see it. Nintendo's not a company that's really that concerned about innovating on those type of functions, if that makes sense.
They'll build in the Switch old hardware into the new hardware. You buy that one, it's twice the price. You don't buy that one, you only get the future version. Move on. I can see that.
Yeah. Are we gonna finally get up to 2002 levels of online connection?
No,
this is the question.
No, and that kind of ties into some of the other stuff I'll say about it, right? Is Nintendo has been given information from what its consumers do that it doesn't matter generally how many of those things have sold, how many of the games continue to sell over and over again. Right. They don't care about us people that want like the bleeding edge tech, which is also why I think like this new system, when it comes out, if it comes out, whatever the case is, I think it's going to be more of like a Switch 1.5 than like an update and more bleeding edge technology. I think no matter what, Nintendo is going to come out close to outdated by the time it comes out.
Absolutely.
Why? Because it doesn't matter for them.
Oh, no.
Nintendo.
No, actually, you know what? I will say it matters for them, because if you do that, then the first piece of hardware you buy is profit. Whereas everybody else, all the hardware they make is at a loss. It definitely matters to them. They want to make sure that when they put it in your hands, they earn $1 rather than losing $1. And that's why it'll never be bleeding edge. Continue.
Valid point. And I agree with you fully. Like that's the thing is like for them, they make the money right off the bat. The competitors don't get that. And so like right off the bat, they have that. The Nintendo ecosystem, the fans, everyone that supports it, they will be there. Like whether this thing is bleeding edge technology or not, Nintendo fans will buy it. It's just what it is. They sold us cardboard to people who were interested in that. They sold you cardboard. It's what it is. They sold you Mario Kart 8 again and sold you DLC for it again, and Mario Golf and baseball and you name it. It is what it is. It's an ecosystem that just plays in a different world than the other systems do. Like it's we've had these conversations before, right? Is like Sony and Microsoft are playing over here, Nintendo's over here in this other corner doing something completely different, and they're unfazed. They don't care.
Could you argue though that they could still? Yeah, there's going to be a certain segment, a certain customer base that is going to be there every time. But I think sometimes maybe we take for granted, like Nintendo did win over a lot of customers that maybe were not traditional. That were not traditional Nintendo customers because they offered something unique in that they kind of brought together console and handheld in a way that really nobody ever had before. They were the first to do it. They're, obviously their device is very simple to pick up and use. It's easy to hold. It's easy for kids to hold, all that stuff. But I do think that it can be taking that for granted, taking that success for granted. You can still lose market share, and I do think that there's a world where you still hold on to that base that you've always held on to, but maybe you lose some of that fringe that came over because you were different, because they're buying indies on there because you made it the easiest to buy indies, play indies on. Like if I want to do that with the ROG Ally, it's a lot of work. I mean, relatively, right? It's not the same.
Not on the Steam Deck though.
Yeah, well, but so we're getting. I guess this is getting to the other point, because you got Valve coming, right? The Steam Deck is still. I said when Steam Deck launched, it felt like the tip of the iceberg, because these things are going to get more and more streamlined. I think all these big companies do understand that the ease of use, the accessibility is what's going to eventually is going to bring people in. We can get into all the bells and whistles, who does the most pixels, and who all the speeds and feeds, as Kay likes to say, like that focus. But at the end of the day, really the accessibility, the ease of use, all that stuff is really going to play a bigger part in all these devices' lives. Right now, Nintendo has a lead on that. They've been doing it for years. They've mastered that aspect of it. But I would say that it's not like lost on the rest of these gigantic companies that are now deciding they're going to compete in that space. And just learning like looking at Apple, for example, the reason why the iPhone took off with all that complicated tech was because they made it so that the soccer mom who still had her VCR flashing at noon from like years back, never really learned how to operate anything, could there's one button, made it easy to use. So I think so to answer the question, a long way of getting at it is a lot of it's going to come down to the execution of the competition. We don't really know what that's going to look like, but I would say that they do understand. You've heard like Phil Spencer this week talking about it. Like they understand that they need to fix things. And if they do, I don't think that Nintendo can count on keeping this success as it exists. They will still probably have success, but you can still have a lot of market share and lose it. And they have in the past, right? And when you got all these other companies entering in, you're going to have a lot of places that can play Steam games. And also, let's not forget, we talked about it a minute ago, the market is changing. The kids these days don't necessarily play Nintendo games as much as they play Fortnite and Minecraft. And as long as they continue to be the easiest and cheapest and whatever way to get to that stuff, great. But if they don't, and if they don't respect the backwards compatibility, like if they make you rebuy everything, like I think that stuff is all going to start to matter. And I think that everybody says, well, they're just going to continue to just dominate because of the first party. We've seen the first party didn't help the Wii U, it didn't help the GameCube. And so it has to be the combination. I think they have to still do all of it. And that includes backwards compatibility. I think respecting your digital games. And I do think that if they do take it for granted, they could lose market share, because Sony and Microsoft's jumping in, a lot of third-party companies are jumping in, and they're going to eventually figure out how to streamline this stuff a lot better.
So I definitely agree with you. Like obviously it is a different environment for gaming now than what it was when the Switch came out, when Wii U, the Wii, all those, when these things came out, obviously things are drastically different. Things are changing substantially, but I do think Nintendo's still an anomaly when it comes to a lot of this. And you look at their fan base, like we think Sony and Xbox fan base is bad sometimes with how aggressive they get with things. Nintendo is a different level.
Hey now,
So
I would tell you to pump your brakes and be careful, because not only do we have Joanna Dark in the room, we also have Cozy Beluga, and they will cut you if you speak ill of Nintendo.
Only proving his point. So yeah,
no, that's
saying,
we see Cozy.
The ninjas will descend upon you, and you will disappear. I'm just
sorry for all the hate mail you guys in Evermore that you're gonna get after my segment.
Continue, sir. Continue.
No, we've Cozy, Dark, we've all had conversations on Nintendo before, and it's very clear where I stand with it, right? It's like I'm disappointed that Nintendo can't shift and bring us more impressive, like new innovative IPs from what they've done over and over again. I get the same 4 to 6 games for the last few decades. It is what it is.
Podcast with Daniel McGee, Silent Cypher, Crazy Beluga, and Joanna Dark. Oh my God, what a battle. That would be because the biggest fans against the biggest opponents. That'd be the most amazing part. I need to see that happen. The debate of our age. Yes, it would be a bloodbath.
But no, to what OBM was saying though, like obviously things have changed, and they could, like, yes, they could completely crap the bed. They could make a decision that just flies right in their face. But we've seen the bat compat thing happen multiple times with Nintendo, and it's, I mean, maybe this one, with how many people actually got into this ecosystem, like maybe this could be a tipping point, because you have so many active users versus what you've had on some of the previous systems. But
force them into that direction.
Yeah, but I still feel like there's quite a bit of like loyalty there, where like even if it doesn't do everything you want it to do, there will be a lot of people there day one. And even if they're not there day one, they're going to get to that system. Like I feel like the Switch is still something.
I need a new social security number. Let me tattoo the new one. The old one's gone. All right, here's my number.
The Switch feels very much the same as it has, even like back when the Wii was out, right? Like the common purchase factor was always you either had a 360 in a Wii or you had a PS3 in a Wii. So it's the same type of thing as now, is like you have an Xbox or a PlayStation and a Switch.
Yes.
Or multiple in some folks' case, 5 potentially. And it's just what it is, right? Is that price point is very reflective of that sales that they have. And again, I think that's a thing for them, is they're not going to blast too hard on the hardware because they can stay at a better price point, and they can get into way more houses and get people into that ecosystem because of the price point. Absolutely. And I think they're going to hold on to that.
I don't disagree, sir. I think that some of us console mains or some of us hardcore gamers may want them to get into that tit for tat debate, but it's not advantageous for them. It's not monetarily advantageous for them to do that at all, right? Actually, the smart move is for Microsoft and Sony to get into what they're doing currently, right? Less budgets, more creativity, you get more of the money. So they've been doing they've been making the smart move. Now, I don't think, because they've trained their consumers as much as they have, I don't think Sony and or Microsoft can ever do that. Maybe this handheld is where they kind of offset. We hear the rumors of a potential handheld. Maybe that's where they go, hey, here's a new standard. Go ahead.
Well, one thing I'll just throw in there, and I think the one thing that people forget about, we a lot of times they focus on the sale of the console, and let's not forget the Wii initially sold a ton, but most people don't look at it as the winner of that generation, despite the fact they sold the most consoles, and that's because they didn't have the highest engagement, they didn't sell the most software, and I guess so. When getting back to kind of what I was saying before. They're probably going to sell just a boatload of devices, but if you don't do certain things right, you can lose a lot of that engagement, and that engagement in where people are buying those third parties now, those indies, all that stuff, right? That aspect of it is more important, I would say, in these than even the sale of the hardware itself. That gives you a chance, but it doesn't really mean you won the game, right? If somebody buys it and sticks it in their closet, like I got a Switch, and I'll probably get the next thing too. But most of the time, I'm not on that thing, and so they're really not making a lot of money from me. So that's just something else to kind of factor in. I think a lot of times we focus too much on just the sale of the hardware and not actually how people are using the hardware, right? And I think that second part is
Chris
probably
Coleman in the chat
important.
also makes a great point here. He says parents will still buy their kids a Nintendo handheld. Nostalgia from a company over 100 years old is hard to break. How many companies have stood the test of time? I don't disagree, sir. That's what I call political capital that they get to spend.
Give me Game Pass
year.
Family. Give me Game Pass Family, and they're all getting. My whole family is just getting.
See, honestly, and OBM. We'll move on to a different story because I have other stories. But the key you bring there is such a factor, because you would think in any household, my household would be all about Xbox. I love my Xbox. I have my Series S and the Series X and all this, but somehow, some way, Nintendo still wins in my household. Why? Because
the games
for
are
me, no, it's not because the games are good. The games are good, for sure, 100%. You know, my kid, my son is all Mario'd up these days, and he just recently beat a game. I think he just beat Mario Wonder for like the umpteenth time. Like they love the games and the games are good, but what got them in, right, was me. I was the one that indoctrinated them. I was the one that started them off with OG, and yes, that's what I did. The first games they played was the OG Sega versions of Mario, of Sonic 1, 2, and 3, which they beat. And then I went to the OG versions of Super Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3, which they beat, Mario World. So as soon as we transitioned from 2D to 3D, I wanted to hand them an Xbox. And my son is 4, my daughter is 7. This is too big for their hands. I've said this before, right? I did workarounds by buying 8-bit DOE controllers and all this. Still too big for their hands or weird. The one that did it for them right off the bat was the damn Nintendo Switch. So whether I like it or not, they own the household now. That's why I keep saying, come on, give us some smaller hands capable first party controllers, right? That's why they win in my house, because you would think I would not want to do that. I want to keep it cost effective. I already have the consoles, mad games. On Xbox alone, I have 500 plus games, you know, and that's including all the Xbox Live Gold they've given me for 10 years or whatever. I would love, my daughter loves playing, what's the name of the game? The what do you call it? Animal building game. Darn it, the 360 game, Xbox 360, people loved it. They even had a TV show. Viva Pinata.
Yeah, Viva.
My daughter loves Viva Pinata. Cannot play because of the controller in her hand.
Oh, wow.
This is the thing.
My kids are in that same age group, but they play Xbox all day long.
Yeah,
They
she'll
rarely
play it.
their Switch.
But these days, and she's growing, she's getting better, she's able to play now. But of course, the mental switch of, oh, the B button's here and the A button's there, and they go back to the Switch.
Configuration is the biggest thing.
Yes,
like the
you
Switch
start
to
them
the
young, and they're there. You know,
it uses the same like iconography A, B, X, Y, and because of that, and they're in different locations, it breaks people's brains all the time.
It's the blue bubble, green bubble thing. That's what they do. They lock you in. You can't go nowhere anymore. Yeah. That's
I want to address one thing about like people saying that Nintendo and plays, like, I think there's a chance that Xbox could do what we were talking about when it comes to creating games, making people appreciate smaller experiences. Like, I just in this short period of time, I've gone from playing Halo to Brotato to the finals. I'll probably jump to Infinite Wealth after this. So the fact that I can like play and appreciate so many different games on the Xbox platform, and it's at least part of the reason why people enjoy playing on Xbox, because of the diversity of games available here. I don't think that Xbox is going to have a problem in the future, because they've already tailored their audience to appreciate a diverse.
I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why my kids love Xbox. They just play just everything that's on there, every type of game. My son's
reason. Go ahead.
They play strategy games. Like they're 8, right? He's playing like big time strategy games. He plays Evil Genius 2, right? Like that's his joint. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's all about diversity.
A big reason why we enjoy my kids and I watch Nintendo Directs all the time, because like 85% of the Nintendo Direct games you see end up on Game Pass, and they get to play it on Game Pass, right? How I've been able to get around the big controller thing. This is an 8-bit teeny tiny controller, and I do this.
I love them. They're great.
You know, the only way I can do it is through the cloud, so they can play with another controller. But yeah, like Xbox has it all together. They could be an actual real competitor in that space with the cool indies
If they had a spine.
if they, you know, maybe handheld will help them get there, right? They see that Nintendo audience, they see them kids and go, we see you, we coming for you, right? So it should be super interesting. I think this is a space we should watch. It sounds like we make it sound like they're coming for us with the handheld. They might not be coming for us. They might be coming for them kids with the handheld, right? We shall see.
Yeah.
We shall see. Before we get into the proper, you know, the thing that I think everybody wants us to talk about, and we will go there, but we can on this show cannot let it another week slide by and not talk about more people getting laid off, more games getting quietly canceled, and it's just kind of flying by in the middle of the night, and no one's really acknowledging it because obviously all these other big the other big news is taking over. But if people have not paid attention, Embracer Group has canceled quietly 29 unannounced games and shut down 7 studios in the last 6 months. Holy crap, man. It's some scary stuff going on out there. Because remember, Embracer used to, they had more studios than God at some point, more IPs than they knew what to do with. And now it looks like all the fears are unfortunately coming out, right? And it's not just them. Obviously, Volition was let go, and Time Splitters was canceled, and all this. Not just them. The studio that made Disco Elysium find themselves facing redundancy and getting let go. It's still going down, and these two have nothing to do with Microsoft, right? So you know, it's not just Microsoft out here, you know, buying studios or buying publishers and dashing people's jobs. It looks like the onslaught in gaming is still happening. I will start with you, Mr. Everborn Saga. You've been quiet for a little bit. I'm sure this may have not caught your radar because you are out there Kama Sutraing. What are your thoughts, sir?
I actually have to go. I mean, listen.
Quick, yes.
I just need to, like, Embracer Group can do whatever they want. I'm gonna just need Phil Spencer to swoop in there.
Swoop in, yes. Swoop.
Pick up Crystal Dynamics and IDOS so that we have developers for Fable and Perfect Dark going forward. And then
that's all you need. The rest can get
whatever they want to do. I mean, listen, I would also not mind the what do you call it, developers, the guys that made Remnant 2. Those were Embracer Studios, correct?
Yeah, Gunfire
Pick
game.
them up as well. But yeah, right, there shouldn't be any issue since you're going multi-platform now, right?
Yeah. Well, okay, but since you gotta go, give me your because I know you want to talk about it, and I'll get to my panel members momentarily, but I know you want to talk about it, so go ahead. Microsoft spoke. You listened. What are your thoughts, sir?
It definitely feels, and I had been saying this, you guys know this already. This does feel a little bit like a psyop, right? Like, so it's kind of like, hey, people are going to lose their minds because of Hi-Fi Rush. So let's make them think it's Starfield and Indiana Jones. That way, when they hear it's only Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves, they're like, it's not that bad. Right? I think Rand and Jez were saying something like that yesterday also. But this whole thing, because I still think Hi-Fi Rush causes too much of a problem, but it seems like a lot of people are okay with where we are, where it's just the 4 games. The business update didn't, like, I listened to it like 3 or 4 times, and I kept finding, like, it was just very wordy, and like, this scene in The Matrix with the architect where he was not really saying a lot of words to say, not a lot. It felt like that. Like it was almost designed so it was hard.
No, I'll stop.
pay attention to, right? So I didn't really get much from that, and it's just the key points that they're gonna start with these 4 games, and it's gonna be a test run. Yes, it was corporate speak, but I actually do believe that, and I do not believe for a second that they want to get rid of the Xbox brand or anything like that, right? And so the only thing that I take away from all this is, if we are right, if Lucius is right, if Pixel is right, if anybody who is against this is right, it will have a deleterious effect on the Xbox brand, right? In terms of consumer confidence, in terms of the platform becoming less and less important, hence shrinking. And I do not think that they want that. So if this leads to that, then I think they scale it back. And this is why I say, if you're not happy with this, obviously don't be disrespectful, but don't just say it's okay if you're actually not happy with it, right? Like, so that's my one thing. But I do think that they still understand that they need a platform that is the only place where they have control. Their platform is the only place they get Fortnite and GTA money. Their platform is the only place where they can have their subscription service. And so they don't want to diminish that. So I am not in any way worried that we are going to see a Halo or a Gears or something that would actually ruin the brand on these other platforms. And I'll take it a step further. I've been saying for a long time, there are certain games that should go there, certain games that should operate like a Minecraft or a Call of Duty, which is, you're going to make money on those other platforms to bring back home to make us exclusives. And I Sea of Thieves is one of those. I think Grounded has more potential to, if it's also on Switch and PlayStation. Sea of Thieves could be their next Minecraft money printer, just being everywhere. I'm not saying it's going to be as big as Minecraft, but I mean, right now, having Sea of Thieves come to PlayStation when they just got that trash, I don't want to call it trash, but you know what I'm saying.
Oh boy.
I think it's a good move for them, and I think Killer Instinct should be multi-platform day and date, not even with a delay, because look at Street Fighter 6 is a 92 meta game.
He's been trying to say this for years, and we've been saying no. Shut your mouth, man.
You know, I used to be very adamant against that, but I've moved off that stance.
I know.
It's best for the game. I mean, you ask a Gears fan if they wish they had some PlayStation people to play, match make against.
No, I don't want to ask.
Okay, so first off,
no, but
the problem with Gears is that Coalition has been fixing other studios' games for the past few years rather than building a game of their own. So rather than trying to like put Gears everywhere, how about you actually give the studio who is actually making it time to make it rather than fixing everybody else's shit? Sorry.
I'm just making the point about gas games in general, though. Like I understand why Halo would be the very last thing to go, but at the same time, I will tell you, as somebody who is a super Halo fan, I sure as hell wish there was a bigger base, because there's a lot more playlists that they'd be able to keep on there. There's probably a lot more they could do to invest in the game. So any sort of games as a service thing that needs constant support is going to benefit. And yes, Killer Instinct would be at the top of that list. So for sure.
Before Mr. Everborn Saga, before you leave, what about the thought of, and everybody's been doing it, so I'll do my one, of this being just the tip?
So the thing, I think it is, though. I do think that's the case, but So what you're saying is my thumbnail is apt. Be careful for flying debris real quick. I'm just saying. No, it's just that I think we'll see more. I think the next Killer Instinct should and will be a multi-platform game, and that's fine, but that does not mean, and I understand what you're saying, OBM, but I think there needs to be, and I think there will be, that sort of sacred cow of
there will be
Halo.
Yeah, they indicated they're not going to do something that would obviously damage the brand. So
mine
Halo,
wasn't a prediction.
Gears, Forza, that kind of stuff, that's not going nowhere.
I was just giving an example of a situation where, where not having enough players can hurt a game. And yes, something like a Killer Instinct doesn't really it doesn't have this giant mind share that's super, that's closely associated with Xbox, even though it was, one of the launch games before. So there is, I think they well, everyone, you finish. It's your bars.
Yeah.
I just want to jump in. Yeah.
I don't care what anybody tells me. They are going to use this in their arguments against the FTC.
Of course.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
we want to pretend that thing is over. We want to pretend that we don't care. We want to pretend that's not my problem as the consumer. All of that is true, but it is still a thing that they have to deal with, right? And so Hi-Fi Rush, I feel like, is the one that bothers me the most out of what they mentioned, because it really felt like it was going to cement itself as another sort of staple IP that you could say, okay, you can only get this here. But the problem is, a lot of people didn't. I played it, I beat it. Everybody here played it and probably beat it. A lot of people didn't. And so they have it in this sort of hidden gems category. And I would have preferred they invested more into the sequel, but they don't have the data to back that up. So I'm not on this idea where we're going to give you the last one and the new one is going to be exclusive. Why? Right? I don't think that that's a thing. But I'm saying all this to say, if you don't like this idea, let them know, because they are going to go as far as you let them go. Right? So, and again, maybe they're right. Maybe there's no effect to the platform, and these IPs make more money, and you don't have to worry about your library, and they don't lose ports because of this, right? Maybe that is the case. And if it is, then fine. Great. We all win. But if that's not the case, and Lucius is right and I am right, then they won't do it. So either way, I think there's nothing to worry about. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does.
I am confident that they do not.
You're putting faith in them in saying that
they
know what they're doing.
I have no faith.
That's what
I
you're
have
saying.
zero faith in them.
You have zero faith in them. Okay.
Zero faith in them. I have faith in the fact that they want to make money and not destroy the brand.
Well, that's faith.
And if this destroys the brand, they won't do it. So they will pull it back.
So you have faith in them to do the right thing for the brand. I get that.
I have faith in them to want to make money, and destroying the brand,
yes.
They lose the money.
But you have faith.
There you go. That's
I'm running from it, but I suppose. But Lon, you're a hardliner on this. So Lucius, you're a hardliner on this. You understand what I'm saying? That they don't want. It is not their goal to destroy their platform. Now,
I understand that. It wasn't their goal to make the Connect and to have the Connect be as bad as it was, but it is what it is. Well, I mean, by the time that they did pull it back, the damage was done. Yeah. So the question is that I have for everyone is: does anyone here believe that it's only these four? And do you also believe? Do you also believe that like the brand has not been damaged when you have people who are saying, "Hey, this is whole slate." That's the way that like the media are
Engadget say they should exit the market.
Sure did.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was just
in game industry. Game industry biz took it to another level too today. Basically,
the reason why I mentioned all of this is, and that's the reason why I was mentioning it before, is because I don't care what you say. It's gonna be dependent on what people believe. Right. And if what the media is telling everyone is that there is no reason to buy an Xbox, and these people, why is it that these people need to do, PhD levels of research just to be able to like know what's true or not? It's sure we can complain that the media does bad things, but at the end of the day, it's up to Xbox to recognize where it exists in, and not this fantasy world where everyone's playing on cloud and all of this other stuff. So like, if that's how everything ends up becoming, then that's totally fine. Right. But like, there's a difference between giving up your chips and this is what kind of irks me. Every time people try to talk about Microsoft in the way of like, oh, well, think about Office and all of that stuff. Office was the top dog when it decided to go everywhere else, right? Like nobody was looking at Apple Works, right? Like people don't remember Word Perfect.
Exactly.
Right?
They had
Actually,
already destroyed Word Perfect and
things-
Lotus.
Lon,
Actually-
to your point.
Well,
Lon,
actually-
to
you
your
guys
point.
might remember. You guys might remember it because Graybeard's.
I remember it very well. I
remember
was
it.
staying up all night.
Yeah.
That's
What
when I
I'm
started
saying is
drinking
that-
coffee like a maniac.
Mhm.
Is that Word was at the top of everyone's mind, and the only reason why Microsoft was like, all right, we need to start thinking about this differently was because of Google Docs, right?
Exactly.
Google Docs started eating
Yep.
its lunch
Gave them
when it comes to
competition.
casual crowd, and they're
Mhm.
just like, okay, we need to kind of do a few things here or there, but let's not like get
They
it twisted.
feared being dethroned as the king, so that's why they had to
Yes,
put it everywhere.
They were
That's
the
right.
king at the time when they
Sure.
made that decision, and that's
Sure,
why it
sure.
benefited them because
Yeah.
there was no brand degradation of Word or Office or any of those things because it was already on
Yeah.
top. The
And
question
Lucius,
is,
to your
can you do
point-
the same thing when
your
you're at
point,
the bottom,
Lucius.
quote unquote.
To your point, Lucius, that is why it makes sense for Minecraft and Call of Duty to be everywhere.
Yes,
Because those things are at the top, and so you can only benefit by putting them other places. These other things, I think Sea of Thieves has that potential, right? Because Sea of Thieves is top of what it does. No one else does it, and when
Yep.
people try, you get Skull and Bones. So to me,
Hey!
that
I
has
hear
always
Skull and
made
Bones
sense.
is actually pretty good these days.
No, you
That's what I
didn't.
hear.
You
I
never
haven't
heard
played
that.
it
Let's
yet.
see what happens.
you have not heard that from
I
anyone.
have heard
Now,
that. I have.
the
But continue.
the
He
thing
said
is,
you've not heard that from
You heard that
anybody.
from no one. That's
So,
between you and you.
but I think there is a world where this works because again, we had talked about long before this was even a rumor
Mhm.
that service games are going to make sense. When they said case by case, we took that to mean service games from ZeniMax are going to continue to be multi-platform, right? But
Yep.
single player big games like Elder Scrolls 6, like we thought Doom, but there are other rumors about that now, but we're not going to get into that. Those things make sense for the platform. And again, the reason I think they're saying they haven't changed their tune on exclusives is that slide. Kay, do you have that slide? Can you show it to the people on the screen?
While
Is it possible?
while Kay's looking for that slide, I
Let's
want
see.
to push back on one small thing. A lot of the things that they said during the podcast was really, really good for threading that needle. Here's the one thing that they didn't address: the fact that there are still third-party games and third-party publishers and third-party developers choosing to skip your platform. Whether or not PlayStation is providing the money to skip your platform, or those people just don't see it as a viable option, me as a person inside of that platform, you have to address my concerns of not being able to get these games inside of the platform that you want me to exist in, right? Like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink came out, that's not on Xbox. The newest East games that are going to come out soon, those aren't going to be on Xbox. You just
Yes,
talked
they
about
will. Remember, the East games are going to be on Xbox. They've already had a deal talking about the East games are coming. They have the old East games and the new East games coming on Xbox.
So you're telling
They
me
did
the
do
new
that.
East games that except the new East games that just got announced, they don't have an Xbox box on them. There's no Xbox release date.
Am I wrong,
them.
or did they announce that East games were coming to Xbox? Tell me I'm wrong. I
I
could have
don't know
sworn I
about
heard that.
past games. I don't know about past games, but so far the newest game that just got announced and has a box art and everything else, there's no
Did
box
not
art
show.
for Xbox.
Okay.
Right?
I stand
There's
corrected.
Yeah, it's
I
announced
did
2
hear
days
the
ago.
new East games were coming, but okay, yes, continue.
Right. And you started this podcast talking about Blaze Blue and all of that stuff. Some of the Blaze Blues games didn't come out on Xbox, and this new game that you're talking about also is not on Xbox. So before we start talking about increasing the viability of the platform and increasing like how people are able to play these games in X, Y, and Z, maybe make it so that way the person who's inside of the platforms gets to be able to enjoy a lot of the games that I'm still missing out on. And that's not even to get into the fact that like Xbox's biggest problem is localization, because you're talking about touching 3 billion gamers. Well, guess what? Most of those people don't speak English. So when you don't have good localization in your games, those people can't play your games. So like, you need to fix these fundamental problems the fact that like there's a significant amount of people who don't even know that Game Pass exists, but you want this to be your platform. Like, come on. Like, there's a few problems before we even get to putting your games elsewhere is how I feel about this entire situation.
There's a few things. The question you have to, or the question that I ask when you say those things is, does putting Sea of Thieves, Hi-Fi Rush, Grounded, or Pentiment address any of those on other platforms? Does that address any of those issues?
No, it doesn't. It does not address.
It doesn't. But does it get you further away? And those teams that are doing this are not the ones to handle localization.
No, I understand that. I understand that. Like this, what I'm talking about is from a platform. I'm not blaming, Rare for wanting to, make it so that way they can continue to push out seasonal content. That's not who I'm blaming. I'm looking at my experience as an Xbox user, the fact that I continue to miss out on certain games that I want to be able to play, and I have to go elsewhere to be able to play those games. You can't say, and this is, a small shot at Sarah Bond, where the biggest games will be on our platform. Well, Final Fantasy 16 was one of the biggest games last year, did not come out on your platform. And if you didn't bend over backwards to make it so that way Baldur's Gate 3 came out on your platform, that wouldn't have come out last year either, right? So don't tell me that I should expect Xbox to be defined as the place where the biggest games you are ensured that those games will come here, when I currently exist in a world where that is not the case.
Sure. But again, my question is, does not porting the 4 games in question solve any of those issues? And I'm just saying what you're saying is completely separate from the 4 games that they're porting.
I understand that, but from the way that a consumer feels, I see all these problems directly in front of me. These problems have been things that we've communicated to Microsoft and Xbox for years now.
Lon, correct me if I'm wrong here. You're saying they should focus on solving this problem instead of doing those other things.
What I'm saying is that if they would have solved the problems that I talked about, which include getting people to know that Game Pass exists as a platform, getting proper localization, X, Y, and Z, you would not be in the situation that you are now, where you have to send your games elsewhere. Because, for example, all of China and Japan and Korea would at least be able to play your games and read them and understand what's happening. And that's like 1 billion plus people there, right? And we're talking about okay, make it so that way people in some parts of Europe can even get an Xbox, much less can get Game Pass. For some reason, some people in some Scandinavian countries can't even sign up to get Game Pass, even if they know about it, right? Yep. So these are fundamental problems that are that will address the we need more people buying inside of this ecosystem, X, Y, and Z. These are things that would have solved the fundamental problems that they are now trying to solve via these 4 games going elsewhere.
So Lucius, I'm sorry. Lucius, I don't disagree with you when you talk about the problems. I think where maybe, and you guys know, I've probably been the outlier here in a lot of our offline discussions, and really not just here, but really
I think I'm usually with you there, Mr. Mr. OBM.
you usually with
OBM, before you continue, I have to run, so I'm going to say
yes.
Bye everybody. But the last point, and Kay, you can do my outro for me, it's fine.
Sure.
The last point that I just want to say here is the ultimate sort of, I think they're going to have to solve every problem that Lucius talked about. I think these games going are separate from those problems. And I think that if they continue, I know I've said this, but this is what I want to leave on. If them doing this third-party approach on more games negatively impacts the brand to where it is causing them to get less of those games, then they will pull it back. So this is why I say I'm not worried. And to your point about games that you don't get, the number of big games that are missing Xbox are less and less and less. And you pointed out
until
Lucius,
it's zero, I will never be happy.
Yeah, but that will never be the case, and there will be games that miss PlayStation, right? But the games that are missing the platform now are the smaller ones.
Yeah,
the biggest games are not missing. And you said Final Fantasy 16. There's talk that may get announced to come in the Xbox this year.
Those are all going to be there eventually.
So now that 7 Rebirth is going to be one of the biggest.
Yes, but that is as a result of a contract that happened before. In terms of new games coming out, multi-platform games, this is something every third-party publisher is learning, that singling out a platform is not beneficial, especially the larger the budget the game gives. You are always going to have smaller games where you have a smaller team and it's more beneficial to take the bag from someone to keep it exclusive. But that, by and large, is not going to be of the biggest games. So I
lost the CEO learning that lesson.
Right.
Yeah. I think that is all probably true. My biggest thing is this is the world that I exist in right now.
Today,
right?
10 toes down, son. That's what
you are asking how I feel about them doing all of this other stuff. Meanwhile, I have all these other problems surrounding me that I've been talking about for a while. And when I say, hey, man, like, why are you doing this? They tell me, oh, it's to be able to make sure that the business is viable. But I've been trying to make it so that way your business is viable for a while by telling you these very basic things. And yet they've never, nobody can look me in the eye and tell me more people knowing that Game Pass exists wouldn't be good for their business. The fact that
it's valid. These are all valid points, right? Like it's that Microsoft hasn't been doing. They have all these gaps in their portfolio, right? They have gaps in the way that they advertise. They have gaps in not globalization, but localization, right? They have gaps in even supplying consoles globally, right? They're not even sold in every place on the planet, right?
No,
so
they're not even on store shelves in a lot of
they're not on store shelves in half those places. So it's like, it's to his. I mean, he's making a fair point. So it's like, they got all this other stuff they want to do and work on.
This is why we rock with the elusive man. He's standing there in front of the moon. He's smoking and he's 10 toes down. It is what it is, right?
I understand.
Here's the thing.
I understand that they are different, but it feels the same to me.
Show me the difference. Yes.
These are all decisions for the platform. These are all decisions towards making a business viable. And you have not you, but Microsoft and Xbox has on occasion, again and again and again, chosen other people rather than the Xbox player. And I think that this is why the feeling is feeling this way, because it's like you chose PC players for a while. And I mentioned the thing about how every Xbox game is on PC, but not every PC game is on Xbox within their own ecosystem, right? And you can make any excuses that you want, but at the end of the day, when you did that, and you said when Quantum Break came out, you said, well, not all Xbox games are gonna blah blah blah, and then immediately after, every single Xbox game is now a PC game and X, Y, and Z, which is fine, but you can't expect me to believe you when you look me in the eye and say it's only going to be 4 games and that, hey, don't expect all these games to leave.
Yeah, honestly, that part.
It's going to be a lot more than 4 games. I don't think anybody believes it's going to be 4 games. And in fact, I think they left enough. They hinted enough at it, right? Without saying there's going to be more. They told you there's going to be more.
They didn't hint.
It was more than hinting. It was clear shit.
So
they all said it in different ways.
They straight out said it. You just had to be paying.
There's going to be more games. And I think the thing that I was looking for coming from this, number one, I want to make sure the Game Pass rumors were bunchable, and they were. So Game Pass day one is huge. That is a monster to me, because especially with Call of Duty coming, the fact that you're willing to put Call of Duty on Game Pass day one, when you know that there's an incredible overlap between the Game Pass owners and Call of Duty, it will cannibalize Game Pass sales on Xbox.
John Wolf is someplace right now breathing a sigh of relief because his Latino heat wasn't letting that one go. So I'm just saying.
What that tells me is they are still all in on the future of that service, because you don't do that. They're going to take a big hit in terms of the financials on when that does hit there. This is not going to be like some of those smaller games where, we actually sold more because now people know it exists. Everybody knows Call of Duty exists. So is the Game Pass impact is not going to really, it's not going to have the same kind of impact it has in smaller games. So the fact that that thing is still they're all in on that is it's huge.
That's very important. Yeah.
And so last thing.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. And Lucius, I completely get where you're coming from, because it's like somebody tells you, man, I need a job. I got to feed my family. And so instead of going and getting a job, they go straight to, I'm going to rob this convenience store. It's like so many things you could have did.
There's so many things.
Before you
for real.
You're sitting on your couch for the past few months, and now you're acting like everything's on fire and you got everything has to go on fire sale and X, Y, and Z. Meanwhile, your wife was telling you every single day, hey, maybe you should apply for a job. Hey, maybe you should go over there.
So Lucius, you're the wife in this analogy, huh? Okay. You are.
I am simply saying that there's no reason why I should be talking to some of my friends and telling them about Game Pass, and then it blows their minds that such a thing exists. That should not even be known. And I live in America, right? Like, the fact that not everyone in America knows about Game Pass is insane, much less the fact that you haven't pushed this message globally, but you're trying to get your games everywhere. All right, whatever.
And the other thing is, and I'll say goodbye on this note. The fact of the matter is, people buy the Nintendo Switch. They may for Mario, Zelda, Mario Kart, things like that, and then they will play for the other games. People will make a console purchasing decision for God of War or Halo or Spider-Man or Gears or Forza. Those are the kind of games that people buy. The people that do choose based on exclusives. I know a lot of people is where their digital library are and their friends are, but there's a portion of people who do buy for the exclusives. And what I think they're ultimately saying is, for those people that make a console purchasing decision based on exclusives, it's not for games like Hi-Fi Rush, unfortunately. It is for games like Halo and Blade and Indiana Jones and things like that. So that's where the value for them in exclusivity is. And on that note, I will let you guys go.
Well, hold on. Before you leave, sir, I must make sure that we read this super chat aloud, because it's directly for you. And it's the man, 108 Dragons TV. Shout out to you, good sir, with a $5 super chat saying, congrats to the Mr. and Mrs. Everborn Saga. Amazing pictures.
So much,
best wishes, brother. And on that note, sir, we will let you go, because we know that you know took away some wifey time for us. We appreciate you, sir. You will be back next week, I'm sure. But where can the people keep up with all your ongoings?
That doesn't matter. Don't matter. Go to that website that we put in the chat. That's where you find me.
I will put it back in the chat. I will put it back in the chat. Yes.
But thank you, everybody. Thank you for all the best wishes.
Congrats, everyone.
It was fantastic. I should have done this years ago, but I wanted to wait till we could do it right, and I think we did it right. So, thank you.
Go recover from selling that liver.
Yeah, go regrow your knees, sir. Go regrow your knees and your elbows. We'll talk soon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Everborn Saga. Later, brother. And we are back at it, and of course, I will correct the names. Forgive me. This is what happens when people jump in and out of the show. But okay, we're already in Xbox talk, right? We're already knee deep in this mess that was made. and the elusive one who loves to stand 10 toes down and saying, hey man, you need to prove it rather than show me, right? Let me get your take on this, Pixelbit G, sir. You sit kind of, cause okay, so real quick, before we get into this proper, people should know, I've always advocated and I've always believed that where you game and where you come at with gaming is what dictates how this stuff hits you, right? And if you're a console main and that's where you focus your energy, obviously some of this news will make you it'll give you some constipation. It is what it is, right? It'll make you a little nervous, right? If you're a multi-platform gamer or you game everywhere, you don't really give a crap or all that, all this becomes a challenge, right? When Nintendo says, oh, well, I'm going to show you how to play Mario Wonder next year with a 4K box. I'm like, sorry, sir, I did that day one. Some people do that, right? It makes sense. And there's no wrong answer there, in my humble opinion. I've had to learn that more and more as this debate has been going on. Pixel, I think you're kind of half in, half out with me, where you game multiple places, but you are an Xbox main at heart when it comes to the console. When this news hits you, right, all the rumor and speculation, and we'll get to the talk of the journalists and the influencers. We'll get to that one later. But right now, right, you were hit with that news of potentially full slate, baby out with the bathwater, and then you saw this news and you know what the solidified news is. What are your thoughts, sir? Are you happy? Is this still worrying to you? Were you ever worried? What is your take, sir?
All right, so the initial full slate thing had me, I wasn't happy to hear that, right? To me, that's more of a bigger company bending the knee, right? Which is just not what you want in the gaming space, right? So more than losing access to any game, because you don't lose any access here. It's just a situation where you're allowing one console maker to kind of establish their ground in gaming, and then they can go run amok with it, right? So as a person who has purchased every PlayStation game, and not game, but a console, and every Xbox console, I don't want a world where PlayStation is the king of consoles. That's me, right? I think they have crappy policies, and I think they do crappy crap to gamers. And I've had that feeling since the initial drop of PS4. Okay, so just the level set, right? I'm a PS3 day one purchaser. The big fat, right? Whatever the cost of that console was at launch, I have that console.
I still have it running righteous in my house right now.
Yeah, me too. And in my crazy mind at that time, that was PlayStation at the top of their game, saying, we love our customers, we're gonna give y'all full back compatible. Okay? That's before anybody else was doing it. But nobody else was doing that. Right? That was a big move. Nobody was doing it. And I was still messing with PlayStation hard at that time. But then they stopped and they changed to the new version of who they are, right? So I'm not happy with them as the king of consoles for whatever reason, right? But at the same time, right, I have a large catalog on both platforms, and I have to be concerned with where will my content exist in the future, right? When I have 1,000 games sitting on your platform. So when you hear something like, oh, it's full slate, it's like, okay, are you bowing out a console? That's a problem. Is it the end of the world? No, because I'll get your access to your games one way or the other, legally or not. So listen, hey, I own that hard drive. So if you exit the game, we'll find a way to enter that hard drive, right? It is what it is, right? So it was worrying, right? But at the same time, it was annoying, because you got like all these rumors piling on, and this is, and I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit and then come back. So part of the problem and that the blowback that people got is because here you go with the one thing. It's one game, it's two games, it's three games, it's four games, and then every day there was a new rumor, right? And what happens is people get upset because it's a frenzy, right? You're piling on. None of this stuff is confirmed, but all of you have something to say. So if you were in that crowd who had something to say and then are upset now because people blew back on you, that's on you. Because at any point, you could have just shut up. You heard it? No, I'm saying this because in our own groups, we were having these conversations, right? But we weren't posting.
We were just keeping it to the down low.
It sounds crazy. Let's see what happens.
That's
but
right,
we weren't talking about it. But y'all was chasing clout so damn hard, and y'all thought, oh, let's just share every crazy thing we hear. I hear you. But when you bring smoke, when you bring a patch of fire, a batch of gasoline to fire, you get burnt. That's what it is. So rather you were right, wrong, or in between, if you got blowback on this, man up. Because, hey, you brought that on yourself. You could have shut up.
You brought yourself to the firing squad. I understand.
After the initial 4 games came out, you see, like, I had a comment, like the first day when I heard the rumor Xbox had put something out, and I said, they were like, oh, we have so many games coming for so-and-so. And I said, y'all need to learn how to secure the games for yourselves. And that's all I said about it. That was the only comment I made on it, because it's the truth is going to be somewhere in between, right? It may not be as far out, it may not be as low, but it's somewhere in between. So, it sounded crazy. But, from my perspective, I'm always more concerned that I still have access to games. I don't want to have to rebuy stuff. I don't want to lose access to all the old games I have. I don't want to see a console go away, because I've seen lots of console goes away, right? Like Hollywood knows, right? I was an OG TurboGrafx dude. That was my jam. So when they blew up, I lost access to all those games. Like, nowhere playing those in the future unless I still have that console. That sucks. I did the same thing with the 3DO. Right, I'm kind of the guy that likes to choose the console that's sort of out on the edge, because they're doing something different.
You pick the grassroots effort that may or may not become something.
Look, even like now,
hey,
right?
Man,
I'm seeing
I have
20
2
years later.
Don't talk to me. Let's keep it
listen,
going.
Right? 20 years later, what I'm seeing personally is a revision of the 3DO on the low.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, if the crowd in the audience who are young don't remember this effort, but Panasonic basically created like a format for a console.
Yep.
That could
Reference
be copied,
design.
Yeah, a reference design to be copied by Philips and anybody else, to the point that they even had a GPU copy, right? That you could just slap into your computer and get access to their games, right? At the time, that was kind of genius.
That was
right?
revolutionary.
You kind of merging all these things together. It failed miserably.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But it wasn't for the lack of effort, right? The vision made sense. The timing was just bad.
No, it's not just about the timing. I am 100% will always stay on this. Never allow other people to dictate how an audience sees your platform, ever, because no one else is ever as invested in
your
as
platform
you are.
As you are. That is a good point.
Fair enough, right? But I have the original Panasonic 3DO player, right? The reference design model,
the OG player,
which was a damn good. It was a hardcore machine, right? So here we are in the future, where a future came where somebody in PC world decided to make a console that could play PC games. That was Xbox, right? They kind of did it.
Let's also be clear here. Steam machines also showed up somewhere in the middle and failed miserably.
Listen to what I said. Somebody made a console player to play PC games. That happened 20 years ago. That's not Steam. That
the
Steam machine came later.
Yes, later. Right? That was Microsoft.
So,
yes.
Right. So the Steam had a good idea as well with their Steam machine. They just didn't have the OS to back it at the time.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
So those are learning. We're seeing people making this effort to kind of merge the console and PC space back together, because the console is just a baby PC. Like it or not, right? The architecture of consoles now are
closer. Too much time and effort to keep it console-like when you could just make it a PC.
They're closer to PC now than they ever have been, right? So this is my thing, and this is the internal conversations that we had and that you guys have shared on your channel, right? About if Microsoft was going to go this route, I was like, okay, they better have a way to have that PC experience, a console experience on PC that gives me my content, because you're running all these VMs. Right, so we spoke about that. You guys, brought out like the whole idea of a OS that does it, and virtualization, and using virtualization in a package on PC that basically runs your console. Yeah. If you're doing something to that scope, and I don't know if they are or not, then I don't care about all this other stuff, because I'm still going to get access to my stuff.
Also,
right?
I want
one second, Lucius, one second. Yeah. No, listen. What I'm saying is, full virtualization, right? The same way that when you pop in an Xbox OG game, you get an Xbox OG console on your console. Yeah. Right? It is a virtual machine. You're literally running that OS on your console. It's the same experience.
Yeah.
So, but Microsoft has to, if you're going to do stuff that's going to basically take away from the allure of your console, which any loss of exclusion does that, right? So you have to be at least in a position to show us what's the next step. Because you're kind of saying it, and here's the one thing I did take away from this was they finally said something about Play Anywhere, and we haven't heard about Play Anywhere in like 7 years, where it just happened. We got it sometimes, but it's never been a focus. And now you're hearing them saying we'll refocus on this. That's what I want to hear. If you're gonna tell me I'm gonna share my content, fine, but tell me that you're gonna guarantee that I have access to that content on PC.
Yeah.
Somewhere else, in case you decide to do whatever you want to do.
Yep.
Right?
No,
that way the end user has a choice. They can decide, hey, I'm going to stay using the console as my place to play, or I'm just going to play this stuff on PC.
Yeah. Right?
But you're at least giving me that option and knowing that the content will be there. But the biggest thing, and which is still an unanswered thing, is, at some point, you need to tell me what you're going to do with your back compat program, and if it's ever going to come to the PC world.
Yep.
And I don't know if they legally can or cannot do that, right? But if there's going to be a
mushiness
concern
in that middle,
well,
technically, I know they can, but licensing and all
but the
of
licensing
that,
can get fudgy, right?
Yes,
because
yes.
I licensed you a game for 360. I didn't license you a PC game,
yes.
And you're emulating it on PC.
Although,
do you think?
Fair,
well, go ahead.
They took the license from OG Xbox and moved it forward, so they were able to reverse that divide. They took the license from 360 and put it in the Series console. But
the reason you're able to kind of fudge around that is because you're still running it on a console.
On a console, that's right.
Well, actually, I think the reason they're able to fudge around that is because they had to go back and they had to re-up the
contract
because some developers didn't allow it. Right? There's still games out there.
There are still games that never made it past the OG stage. That's right. Absolutely.
So does anybody think that back when they were re-upping backwards compatibility that they might have also been forward thinking at the same moment? So yeah, there are some questions that got to be answered, but to answer the question, it's not impossible.
I can see a world where they have envisioned that they were going to merge to PC, and the only reason why I would say that is look at what they did with the DX12U rollout, right? Where they've made deals with NVIDIA, deals with AMD. This is the reference design for DirectX. We want to bring our development closer to what PC is, right? Which is something they did not have to do for this generation, which would have saved them a lot of headache, right? Yeah. Had they just said, "Oh, we're going to just code the way you do for Xbox One," and
on your
whatever,
point,
right?
Pixel, a lot of the tech that is in besides DX12, a lot of the tech that have been very much promoted by NVIDIA is now making its way into DirectX 12 Ultimate, because they're now working closely with NVIDIA to align that. So your Lumen tech that wasn't running native is now going to start running native because they went, hey, you made good stuff, let's incorporate that. So a lot of divides to traverse, but it's looking like they have the willingness to traverse that divide, right? It looks like they're turning adversaries into partners left and right here, because it's advantageous for them, and they're finding ways for those partners to then become partners rather than wanting to stay competitors. Super interesting place we find ourselves, right? Real quick, Hollywood Rules here, being super generous, dropped another super chat, this time for $2, and he says advertising and messaging needs to get better. On that, I think no one disagrees, good sir. Some conversations we've had in the past, we were talking about how we wish and hope that when ABK joins the fray, that they take over the marketing and messaging, because they don't seem to know how to mess that up, right? And now you own that arm of the initiative as well. Maybe you use that to learn from what they have been able to accomplish, right? Mr. MDJ with a $2 super chat, thank you for being here. He says, Lucius, PlayStation has all those things and is going third party as well. So AKA, although they have all those games that you want, right, and all the problems that you say Xbox has that PlayStation doesn't, even that hasn't solved their problem. They're also going third party day and date. We see it happen.
I'll address that by saying two things. One, PlayStation is not putting their games on Xbox. And
sure,
two,
not yet. Mm-hmm.
not.
I'll say that all the time because I know it triggers people. Not yet.
Okay.
No.
We'll see.
I already told you, bro. The moment that The Last of Us can be played on Xbox, I will buy it for you.
You'll buy it for me.
Day one.
Keep your receipts.
You do realize you can do that today, right? I mean, you can do that today.
Wait.
None of your Chaos Ante
None of my Chaos Ante ways.
Yeah, no. I mean, hey, I am currently on the normal.
I can play God of War today on a Series S if you wanted to see it. It may be God of War 3, but I can still do it.
This guy. Anyway,
go ahead.
I'm not talking about like some sort of weird PS3 emulation using some sort. I mean the PS5 version of The Last of Us.
Sure, I know what you mean. I'm just giving you a hard time, bro.
I will buy it for you.
I hear you.
All right, so that's one.
Mm-hmm.
And two, I've already addressed this by talking about Office. When Microsoft was on top when it comes to Office, when you're trying to get a new platform and get new people and X, Y, and Z, you can do that when you're on top. And it doesn't hurt your platform or your brand or anything.
Mm-hmm.
That becomes far more questionable when you are in third place and have been for a while and are desperately trying to figure out a way to make it so that way your business is more viable. It's just the energy's just going to be different. And I'm sorry.
And I don't disagree with that. I think I hear that is a sentiment that many people feel, and I don't disagree with that. Now, me personally, I don't necessarily think that loss of exclusives alone equals brand damage, because to me, there's more to your brand than just the content played on it, right? Before, like in the Nintendo, what Sega does days, 100%, because they were single-use devices, they barely played anything besides a game, right? Now people literally can turn that thing on, right? People can turn these boxes on and don't use it for games at all, and it still becomes their main use device for entertainment and all this other stuff. So
the games they are playing
are also
but here's the thing, right?
It's about the whole
the one counter
ecosystem.
to that. The one counter to that though is,
please go ahead. Yeah,
if you look at the Xbox One generation, launching with a very good exclusive lineup, and then falling off of exclusions,
sure, and it did hurt them.
Yeah, you can't say that it didn't absolutely damage their brand.
But let me be clear.
Wait.
I am not saying that 1 + 1 = 2. That it is are exclusives.
You're not saying you're not saying it's the only factor.
No, I'm saying it is a factor.
Sure, but it's also a kind of a key factor.
Yes, it's a key factor.
Because if you look at 2022, there wasn't much to distinguish the two consoles, not in terms of content.
And they were pretty close when it comes to sales.
Yeah,
the beginning
they were until Microsoft had a year with no exclusives.
Sure,
I mean, really, they just became a third-party box, right?
And to be clear, guys, we're talking about historical evidence, which is absolutely valid. But to make this change work, you would not use your historical tools to accomplish that task. They're turning to Valve, basically.
Which is a different paradigm. All previous data, right? You have to assume there's a future, which they are, that it matters less, that may or may not be true. But we can only go by what we know as of today. Right?
And here's the thing. So I agree with you. There are so many things about playing on Xbox that's great. They just never talk about it, right? They just keep pushing more and more people into PC. Quick Resume is literally the greatest feature in the history of gaming. I keep saying
it is fire. I can't lie. It's the one thing you miss even on PC, even with a very fast spot.
There is talk that it's coming to PC though. I'll just say that.
Yeah,
we can keep it moving.
Not fast enough though.
During this podcast, what did they talk about? Oh, they talked about backwards compatibility, which is already something that you can do on PC. They talked about cross save, which is great. Don't get me wrong, but that's already something that is normal on PC, and it doesn't matter what component or
they're talking to the console people.
Wait. One second.
But
PC
why didn't they
version of
mention
cross save is only seamless on Steam.
On
Steam.
parties.
Yes,
It's not
yes.
Steam
But-
and on Xbox. It's seamless.
I
It's not
understand
seamless
that.
anyplace else.
I understand.
So,
But what
you
I'm
know,
trying to
let's be
say
clear.
is that for me personally, I feel as if Quick Resume is one of the key factors in this generation that
Key
separates.
differentiators currently.
Like
Yes.
it's just it is so good, and yet they don't even mention it. They don't even
That and
mention
Play
it.
Anywhere.
When
Yeah, and Play Anywhere. They don't
they
mention
talk about Play Anywhere, they talk about all this stuff during the podcast. They never mention Quick Resume during the podcast.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know why. And it's just it is literally the best feature that is it. Even when I build a PC, even when I get a PC handheld, I know for a fact that I am going to miss having Quick Resume because it's
and
just
in today's
so good.
world it doesn't exist. It may exist in tomorrow's world because there is full momentum in a technology perspective getting Quick Resume on Windows, but as of today, that's exclusively a console feature. Just like Auto HDR used to be exclusively a console feature, and now Auto HDR is in Windows 11.
It is on PC, yeah.
Right? So you are right in that realm. Absolutely, you are. I kind of feel like. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say like,
Mhm.
I think like I gotta be careful here because okay, like I can
Yeah.
trigger your entire chat. I think like
Yeah.
I generally when I start talking, a bunch of people start yelling at me like halfway through. But
it's a safe
okay.
space, sir. Go for it. Safe space.
We'll just get it out of the way. We'll get it out of the way. Sorry,
Mhm.
Lucius. I know you're gonna. I'm gonna.
Here you go.
Piss you off right here. But like, I understand the concerns. I understand when people want to protect their digital libraries. They want more third-party support. They want the brand to be healthier because they feel that it's going to benefit them as Xbox gamers. So I understand all that. I'm not downplaying that aspect. I will say that, for some of the people that do get attacked for having the opinion of like, this isn't good for me. I don't think that's always fair because I think a lot of people are genuinely they put money into this ecosystem for years and they want to make sure that
It's
does
not always about console warriors. Yeah.
Right. They want to make sure that's protected, right? And
Yes.
that makes sense. And not only that, we all have nostalgia tied to things. We've made friends. There's a lot of things that are attached to these things. So I understand all of that stuff. The thing that I always push back on, and this isn't to say like I 100% agree with their strategy. I don't even know exactly what the next supports are going to be and things like that. But but stepping back to like we all can agree that we want similar things. But I think the solution or thinking about like what is actually going to solve that problem is where most of us, or where I disagree from a lot of the community, because where people keep talking about like, well, the exclusives, and this is when I chose my platform. I understand all that. I understand all that back in 2013 when you had to start over, and a lot of people were bringing over physical games. But it goes to a point I was making earlier in the podcast that this is not a new generation. Like comparing what happened in 2022 with what happened in 2017 is not the same, because back then people still were making decisions. They were starting over.
There are no
and those
decisions
exclusives
anymore.
Yeah, those exclusives were differentiators. But the thing is, if God of War and Spider-Man didn't win you over to the PlayStation ecosystem when they were selling you Crackdown 3, then I'm not sure that God of War Ragnarok and Spider-Man 2 is going to be the thing that's going to bring you over because they're parting Hi-Fi Rush.
Can we just hold up on that? Can we just replay that
slander
Crackdown
real
3?
quick.
Let's slap with that slander again, please. Go ahead, do it.
Switch then, or at least start preparing yourself to switch in the next console cycle. Then I don't know. Like, what I'm saying is that the die has been cast for for the console wars as they exist today. I want to like emphasize that point, because I think the next thing I want to get to is things are about to become very, very different, and I think a lot of this is really about just Microsoft getting from now to like 2026. The industry is changing so fast, and the paradigm is good. Like every way that you think that this thing is being fought is going to be completely flipped on its head, and Microsoft is actually positioned in a great way, not just for themselves, but even for their customers. So I want to focus on that, because that's really what matters, right? At the end of the day, I don't care how much money you make. I care that this is that you're going to do what's right for me. I think they are positioned in a way that for their customers, for the people that invested in their ecosystem, that they can give them the best returns out of those that had been investing in consoles all this time. PC is a different thing, but just talking about PlayStation versus Xbox, they are going to be able to do things that are going to, I think, cure a lot of the issues that have happened, as well as offer innovations and new things that are not even part of how we think about gaming on consoles today. And you guys touched on some of it, like the virtualized consoles and Play Anywhere. They talked a lot about that. Phil talked a lot about that in December with Jez, and told Jez that he didn't mention these things just out of just casually. Like, there's a reason for this. We saw that
even during this podcast, when he just happens to casually drop the fact that, hey, our Windows systems are able to be optimized, and old games you used to have for a long time ago are still optimized and playable today, and that's where they are telling you some things.
They're telling you some things, and the fact that I could not buy Yakuza on Xbox at this time last, on the Xbox One generation, but now I go buy Infinite Wealth, and I'm not only getting the Xbox copy, I got a PC copy, and which means I can play it in the ROG Ally.
That's right.
These are developers that weren't even part of. They didn't even think there was anything for them to support last generation. And like I said, the die has been cast. You have your enthusiasts, the people that actually are influenced by those single player AAA exclusives, have mostly planted their flags where their primary ecosystems are. All the rest of the people you're adding to these ecosystems, like I mentioned earlier in the podcast, are a lot of your casual gamers. There are a lot of your Fortnite, Minecraft, Madden, that is the type of gamers you're bringing in, and they usually just follow the core gamer who's already there until you flip the paradigm, until you make this thing go, oh, wait a second, this is all different. Like, I got to rethink what's going on here. Until they do that, we're still in the Xbox One generation. And I think that's what we kind of, and when you accept that, and then I look back at the messaging and things like that. Yes, they do have to manage narratives, and I know you were going to touch on that later, so we won't get deep into that. But they still got to manage the brand and how these narratives and stuff are going to be spun. And we've already seen some people running with some things. But aside from that, let's just take the perception, the media out of it for a moment. When we looked at that graph that leaked from the ABK trials, and you saw like where some of the, like, the value of exclusives, right? We saw, and Everborn mentioned this. So you have your big tentpole things, the Indiana Jones, that matters. Hi-Fi Rush doesn't move the needle, unfortunately. And I know people say, well, they need to invest in it more, and they can make, and maybe it will. Maybe down the road it will, and that doesn't mean they have to port that one too. But for now, that's a game that doesn't. And I think what, reading between the lines of what Phil Spencer was trying to say is, in light of the fact that there's layoffs all over the industry, that they laid off 1,900 themselves, he mentioned that he is also trying to protect some of these studios and make sure they're healthy for the future underneath a Microsoft Gaming now that looks at this stuff with a bigger microscope than ever before. So something like a Hi-Fi Rush, like a Tango Gameworks, like a Double Fine, these types of studios, Machine Games, when they're not making, not using a big IP, because their games didn't sell before. When you look at some of these studios, you have to make sure if they're releasing games and they're not moving Game Pass subs, like a Starfield did, then you need to find another way for them to validate themselves, or they will just become Call of Duty support studios. That is, Phil can say what he wants.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Phil can say what he wants to, say now, but he's not going to be there forever. And we already see the changing. I don't think that.
Say that one again. Say that one again. That last part, he just dropped something. Say that one again.
Which one? The Phil not always being there?
Phil Spencer's not going to always be around. Oh boy.
No. Yeah, he's not going to be around,
soul, ladies and gentlemen.
And even if he's around, the things he's been telling you 2 years ago have changed. They spent $69 billion. They have to make money, and now they have to make money in an industry that has actually, if you factor inflation, has gone backwards the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, so a lot of this is about, keeping, when they're talking about the health, I actually didn't take a lot of that as just corporate speak. I think he's trying to talk between the lines and basically, I take that at face value. Like, they do need to keep some of this stuff while the industry's stagnant, while we're still in this old paradigm-ish. Like, we need to be factoring, the health of these studios and our business, because if they read this, if the next quarterlies come out and they're missing stuff, those studios that you love, that Hi-Fi Rush 2 doesn't happen. It could end up being, they could end up being just another Call of Duty support studio. And that is probably the people that don't understand gaming. That's probably exactly what they're saying. Like, why are we making these types of games? Like, they're not moving Game Pass subs and they're not making us money. Why the hell are we just not using those resources? Because this is how corporations work. This is how you think. Why don't we move these resources to the thing that makes us money? Like, that's so I think they're trying to
understand that they are now in entertainment, and entertainment doubling down has literally backfired for so many studios. You can just look at it in the history.
I agree with you. I want, and that's one of my favorite things about Game Pass, is that you do get a chance to build out. And this is why I want this is why I've said, in our chats and stuff, for me, Game Pass was like the number 1, 2, 3 thing. I want to make sure they're still invested in bringing that forward and still bringing the diverse catalog of games, because I do think in a new paradigm where we're going to go, which is like beyond just walled gardens, which is basically there's no walls anymore. You're just an app. Someday all these ecosystems are just going to be an app on a device.
Yes,
whether it's 10 years from now, 5 years from now, I don't know how fast we'll get there, but someday all it is going to be is just like Netflix or Disney or anything else. You're going to click the app, and that's it, and they're going to all sit together on the same device. And if they give you unique reasons, you'll go in there. Game Pass I think is their conduit to that, to somebody who's a Steam gamer or a PlayStation gamer. That's a great complementary system. I also think that if you look at the trends that we talked about earlier in the podcast, if you look at the trends of like what the new gamers are spending, if you want to save those single player genres, I think that subscriptions is really the future to save those types of games and make them, not just save them, but strengthen them, right? So as long as they're still releasing these things in Game Pass, and as long as they can still find other ways to grow Game Pass, to me to me that's the most important thing for not just the Xbox customer, but also in terms of their impact on the industry, in terms of like trying to grow beyond just everybody's now going towards a few big gas games for the future. Last thing I'll just say is like I do think that I don't even like when they said that the next hardware is going to be the most powerful hardware. I think a lot of people, I was listening to some media members, and a lot of people were laughing about that. They're like, well, how many more frames are you going to get? And you said that this last time.
They didn't say power.
Yeah,
they didn't say power.
They didn't say power at all.
Technical. That's technical.
There's a lot of other things.
And AI and cloud are going to allow things. It's going to allow for new genres. The way you think about old genres is going to change. The zeitgeist that we have been missing for the last 2 generations, I believe, this is just my opinion. If you and really, you don't have to look far. Start screwing around with Copilot or whatever, or Chat GPT or some of these AI things that are coming out. You start to get your mind blown by just start applying that innovation now to the gaming industry. I'm not just talking about like, okay, doing the same things you always used to do, but now doing them faster. I'm talking about things that weren't even possible before. And the same thing is going to apply to ecosystems, to your user interface, like to the way that these things recommend the content to people, things like that. It's going to change everything. And I think right now it's just about Microsoft getting from where we're at today to when we can start showing you some of this stuff, because right now they're not ready to show us, right? It's just not to that point.
Let me catch up on a few super chats that happened, and we're gonna transition to the conversation that has happened around this, because we're almost 3.5 hours in.
Oh my goodness!
And your man is still doing the New Year's resolution of standing while podcasting. So let's keep it moving. Here we go.
Oh man!
So we have Ice I hope I say it, Rizzo. I hope I'm saying that right. Ice Rizzo, $10 super chat. Super appreciate all the support. And he's saying it doesn't matter the hardware or the services if there's not enough compelling games, then your business will fail. Xbox doesn't know how to make compelling games. They purchase most of their IPs. I don't disagree with that one. I appreciate
how big is the crack pipe?
I appreciate
that last
the
part.
support. I appreciate the support, but I will say
That's Colin Moriarty's
doppelganger account.
it is. So
Yeah.
no. I would say that if you are like a consumer surrogate, you can see that, right? If they're not making what you want, then they don't make games, right? If you loved Pentiment, 2022 was great. If you didn't love Pentiment, they had a complete drought, right? Depends on what purse and what preferences you like. If you're a person that loves that single player, over the shoulder, hashtag just one, hashtag Cognito, Lord Cognito, right? Maybe if that's the perch you stand on, then they have not done anything righteous for you up until this point. I'm not of that school of thought because I love Game Pass. I love the weird indie stuff. I love the fact that before Vampire Survivor came and slapped us across the face with greatness, we didn't even know things like that could exist, right? And all of that has been incubated within the Xbox ecosystem. It is true that they need to continue the flywheel and start really making their stuff more solidified. But as you hear from us here in Context Land, we will tell you that, this company that became first party a month ago, and as such, you can't expect that their offerings now magically get the Xbox sheen because it takes 7 years sometimes to build a game, right? So people will push back on me and say, oh, they don't even use their own tools. The only game that you can point to say use the tools is Hellblade 2, and that's not even out yet, right? So there's a lot of context in the middle. But if you are a consumer and your assumption is, man, they haven't given me what I like, I can't say wrong to that, right?
And I also want to add to that.
Go ahead, Lon. Yeah, Lucius. Yeah.
Them thinking about going, supporting other games. How am I supposed to feel as a consumer who's already getting a bunch of third parties who aren't properly allocating resources to make an Xbox version, and I'm just getting like a PlayStation version that's been ported to Xbox, and that's happening to your own multiple studios.
Times. Yes.
So at that point, like, okay, so at what point am I supposed to trust that you're prioritizing the hardware that you're going to create?
And again, Lucius, you are the consumer surrogate and you have every right to feel that way because that is what you expect as a consumer. It is then up to me, the influencer / podcaster, to go, well, actually, Starfield was made in 6 years and they were bought 4 years in. So most of the code was written as a third party, which goes to the biggest pool, which is what? PlayStation. So until you get the context in the background telling you that, okay, this is a game that was built in-house with this hardware in mind, right? If you choose to know that that's why things are the way they are, that might then make you go, oh, okay, I get it now, right?
But then I ask you,
if you're one of those people where that doesn't matter to you, you just want the first party to be successful, and where the hell are they? Yeah, it is what it is. There's no wrong there.
My question is then, how is it that the mentality is shifting when you are also providing third-party support to PlayStation and Nintendo? If you are putting your owned developers in the mentality that at some point they're going to be supporting PlayStation and Nintendo anyway, right? If these 4 games are not the only 4 games, we all know that we're all moving towards that direction. If that's the case, then tell me as the consumer, look me in the eye and say that those people are going to properly make an Xbox version of the game.
That is the devil that will be in the details, right? Right. Which that'll be the devil in the details. Absolutely.
And then giving me an Xbox ported version first.
Because at the end of the day, you cannot, like you said, Lon and Lucius, and I completely agree with you, you cannot expect the third parties to tell your tale. You have to tell it yourself, right? And if you're making this decision to now bring your console games to others, right, to bring to other platforms, and you're doing so in saying that you're trying to entice others to your platform, How do you do that? The devil will be in the details. Are you going to put splash screens of also available on Game Pass when the game starts? We don't know. Will there be an Xbox logo there? We don't know. In certain instances, Mojang games, there are. In other instances, there aren't. So we don't know those devils. Also, when you're talking about like even their first party doesn't do that, because most of the time those first parties started it as third parties.
Yeah.
So when you started as a third party, just because you got bought by Microsoft now doesn't mean, okay, well, the thing we've been working on for the last 4 years, throw that in the trash. Let's start again, focusing on this hardware, right?
Exactly.
And they're making PC versions. Right, and that's the other thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. They're making PC versions, and let's not forget, because I think we like to point to the fact that it doesn't feel like the series is being optimized well, and it isn't. There's a lot of there is bespoke features in there that are not
that never got touched,
of,
like
that not even by the first party. But
Yes.
but then we go back to the One X, and that was leveraged pretty well, and they made it very simple and straightforward. I think
I keep
Microsoft
saying, and I will die on this hill, 10 toes down, as they say. If Starfield started under Microsoft's tutelage or under Microsoft's umbrella, that would have been 60 frames on Series S. I'd still say that.
I also think there's another factor, and they'll have to consider this in their next console, and I'm assuming they will. But you have to make it as easy as possible to leverage it. These developers are now spread out everywhere. I don't think they're going coding to the mill doesn't exist anymore. But I don't even think they're going into bespoke features on like even
unless you're Switch.
PlayStation.
There's no time for you.
Yeah, there's just
I'm not even asking for bespoke features on Xbox. I'm asking for these developers to
the minimum
properly
requirements
utilize EX12 Ultimate, which no developer is utilizing for some reason.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
no, they're not.
I think the one of the only
simplify
games you'll see that actually will use that is using DX12 properly is that is it Aura? Is the strategy game Aura?
Yeah, Aura History Untold.
History Untold, because that's the studio that worked on the original demo for DX12. They have like they fully stacked demos that run like 100% CPU GPU utilage. So their engine is designed specifically for DX12.
Also, for those who have been bemoaning the use of the hardware, they now have in pocket, Microsoft does, one of the only publishers that can be like that's on that small list of games that run at 120 frames on the Series S in Activision. They now have them in the stable. So presumably moving forward, when we're talking about
next
who's
gen,
using
you
it,
a lot better
you will see a lot of that
hardware.
because they have people in-house that really actually favored using the tech way back when they were third party, right? So there's a lot of mushy middle. Again, if you're a consumer and you're just like, look, man, I get all the context. I just need my games and I need them to perform well day one. No one can say you're wrong there, right? We're just here to fill in some of the gaps to tell you why things may be the way they are, and
how they can change.
And they'll eventually change. Yes, Jay Rembrandt with a $5 super chat, agreeing with Lucius here, saying Lucius hit the nail on the head here. Microsoft has to understand that they are now in the entertainment, and they have to advertise like an entertainment company too. Let's hope that the ABK influences actually lead them in that direction, right? That was one of those things I was like, hey man, you want to see the buses and bridges and buildings being advertised? Maybe we see that now with ABK being in the stable, because they are very good at that, right? You saw skull heads everywhere when COD is around, right? And people have been complaining that Microsoft has not been doing that historically. So
we've said this in our chats before, but like we still have not seen the world, because Lucius brought up a really good point about Game Pass and like how little mindshare it really has outside of the Xbox enthusiasts. And I don't disagree with you at all on this point, but we've still never seen the world that is actually, the reality has never matched the initial promise, which was like a big game every 2 to 3 months, basically every quarter, right?
They say now, they have 6 coming this year alone. That's
it. So so now I want to see what's going to happen. What happens, especially on social media, because social media is really the new platform for advertising. What happens on social media when you're now releasing a big game every 2 to 3 months, and then you cap that off at the end of the year with Call of Duty and you attach Game Pass to it? So
you know what?
We're going to find out soon, right? And I think
let's transition this talk to what happened as far as Fallout, and then we'll get out of here, right? And what I mean by that is, we heard a lot of the consternation. It started with the drip feed. It started with just the tip. It started with just this and just that. And now everybody was going, oh, we heard the pillars are going. The hamburgers, fries, and a shake. You got your Halo, Gears, and Forza. All of them are going. Oh, my goodness. Right? And now, obviously, they come out. Everborn Saga, but when he was here, basically put it out there like, look, man, they gave you whole slate to make you freak out. And then they go, it's just 4, and then you go, oh, okay, I guess it's not that bad. Because had they just say just 4 in the beginning, you would have lost your damn mind, right? But now just 4 doesn't seem like it's that big a deal. But I guess what I will say is all of this stuff that came out seemed like a lot of creative and useful chaos. I said this on Boom Show on Friday. It seemed like useful chaos because it seems to me that a lot of the background, the yelling and screaming helped calibrate some of these background conversations that were happening, right? So you heard me say it on this air multiple times. While I don't think it's worthy of jumping off a bridge and cutting the parachute on the way down, the chaos is useful. Your opinions are useful in the public sphere because it might be, helping calibrate people's conversations here and there, right? Now I hear a lot of people out there expecting people to commit seppuku, right? Fall on your sword, for you were wrong, right? All I will say, and I'll let you go first there, Pixel. All I will say is some of these outlets and some of these people that I have come to trust, I still trust. So I feel like there was some manipulation going on in the background, and I will move on and go to Pixel, but I said it on the other show, I will say it on this show, and I think when I say it, OBM will agree with me. I don't care what happens. I stand with Xbox Era. I don't care. If they posted it for a reason. It may be different today, but I'm telling you that those are folks that I would say do not peddle hyperbole. Do not peddle clout chasing ridiculousness. If they put something to ink, even if it didn't show up today, I will stand with them because they are not known for the ridiculousness. Pixel, I'll let you go first. What do you think of all we're bringing calling people to the carpet right now? Oh no, it's Alex is having a field day. What are your thoughts, sir?
So, with Xbox Era, did they post it every day?
No, they basically came out with an article saying they posted an article saying point blank, Starfield is coming to PS5.
And they posted it one time on social media.
They
and
posted it one time. They did the news thing, right?
Yes, they
wasn't trying to engage.
News.
Right,
Yeah.
They wasn't trying to farm engagement. They did a post, so it came, it went fine, right?
Yeah.
Rather their information was right or wrong or it changed over time, right? I don't hold that against anyone, right? I think the only people in the community who deserve some smoke are the people who made it their business to post something about it every day, right? I'm gonna make this a thing for the week, and I'm gonna keep posting it, right? And we're gonna keep commenting on it. And we're gonna keep escalating it.
Yeah.
If you were wrong,
stoking the fires,
I'm gonna keep doing this. We'll keep fanning, right? If you did that and you're getting smoke now, congratulations, you got what you asked for, right?
Yes. The firing squad turned its attention. They draw the guns, and now you're like, oh no, what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, based on the show that they had, it's clear that there was more to the conversation, right? It's not like it's nothing changed, right? The only thing that changed the other day was that Microsoft was able to curate the message because we see the response. And that's why they said, oh, well, so let's address the issue in the beginning because they saw the response.
Yeah.
So without there being some a conversation about it, you don't get that response, right? But on the same token, if you swore it was full slate and you swore it was all the big games and people questioned you, and if you made it your business to be like, damn right it is, I know it is, and you're wrong because they changed or whatever reason, then you got to suck it up. Don't cry on your podcast about, oh, they coming at me too hard. You came at it too hard because you could have shut up, which is what I mean. I was posting that like, yo, y'all just need to shut up. Let it happen. Even once Microsoft said we're gonna make an announcement next week, the conversation should have stopped right there. Because at that point, rather you were wrong or right, your information was gonna be proven out one way or the other. But if you kept posting after that, then you was just looking for engagement. So I'm sorry, the negative engagement goes with that. You know? So yeah, I mean, I look, as far as I'm concerned, Xbox Era, they posted it one time and I moved on. Big deal. Yeah. But there were other outlets that just was like, I'm gonna do this every day. Right? I'm not gonna name names, but I'm gonna do this every day. I'm gonna keep farming it. And they're still doing it afterwards.
Sure.
They're still doing it afterwards.
Well,
so those people,
so that's where I put on the Kofi, and I'm gonna go to you, Lucius, because I see your cat's Kofi looking at me. I'll go to you next. Right? That's where I feel like, and I'm putting on the Kofi a little bit, I feel like there was some creative usage going on here, right? Hey, let's seed the ground with this information. Let's provide information. Let's provide stuff that makes you think that, yeah, this is real, this is happening, right? Only to then maybe the conversation moved on from that. And now here's the solidified details. And now the people who have that data are going, but it was true when I posted it. Look here, it was really true.
Now they keep running with it because they got,
because it was true when they posted it, right?
So, yeah, but guess what? It was true when you posted it, and it's wrong now.
And it's wrong now.
So, like, take your lump. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. You're an insider. You had some details. Great. If the game changed after that, then you can maybe you should say in your article, hey, I think something changed.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But if you didn't just keep saying, well, you know what? Yes. I'm pretty sure this is still coming.
Yeah.
And you can't prove it now, and they said something, then you get what you got.
So, like, Lucius, what are your thoughts, sir?
Yeah.
So, I will specifically attack things. I think, like, well, I will say people like Xbox Era, I think they just did their jobs, right? They heard something, and it wasn't like it came out of nowhere. This was after a month of a lot of different rumbles happening, X, Y, and Z, and they just wanted to put facts to paper, and they did that, and then they walked away. So I don't think that you can really attack them. And anyone else who just did that and wasn't, you obviously being part of the conversation is one thing. I'm not going to tell you not to interact with people on Twitter, but if you were posting the article every day, if you were making, like, I'm not going to say making up new things, but using very little evidence to be like, well, now that this stuff is in the air, let me just throw Gears in there and Halo, and how solid was that Gears and Halo and all that other information in comparison to how solid the Starfield information seemed to be, or in comparison to how solid the hi-fi information seemed to be. It just seemed as if like the level of journalistic integrity just kind of flew out of the window, and people were just willing to talk about rumors in a way that was not framed as rumors. It was framed as true as we know Hi-Fi Rush, we know all of this other stuff.
Yep.
So I think that that is incredibly irresponsible on their end.
I hate to be this guy because I'm not that guy, but my pushback, not necessarily even pushback, and I see Kermit, Dark Kermit in the chat being very dark right now. He says, if it was true then, is a cop out. You know, it's the way to play both sides. It was a lie then, and it's a lie now. You didn't hear me necessarily come out and say stuff like this, but I will tell you that some of the stuff that led people to writing articles about, hey, this is coming, had tangible like paperwork, documentation you could touch.
They were back. Yeah.
It wasn't kind of like, oh, somebody took. There was some real tangible things that attached themselves to that, right? And because of that, that's what made them go, hey man, this is 10 toes down. It's a real thing. They had tangible stuff, right? And now all of a sudden, as business does, right? It's as tangible until some decisions are made, and now all of a sudden they're moving away, right? But like, I will tell you point blank, like, there is definitely PS5 code of Starfield. Why? Because the game was built for 4 years without PlayStation, Xbox involvement, right? And this is a $1 trillion company that has now been overvalued even beyond Apple. You think they're in the business of, well, you spent 4 years of effort and time in this project, we're gonna throw it into the bin because we're only focused here? No, it's still there. It has potential value to make more money. I would say there is code out there that may or may not see the light of day based on how you guys feel about it. And that's why your consternation, your craziness in the public might be useful to that conversation. But to say that they were lying then and it's a lie now, you don't know what's happening in the background where they have some tangible things that made them think, man, this is 100% fact. You know what I'm saying? That's why I kind of push back a little bit. Lon, Lucius, please continue.
I also want to finish saying, by like, I'm not saying that other people deserve smoke. I am saying though that this is the sort of brand damage that me and Everborn and a few other people were talking about, because by allowing this sort of information to go out, and it causes a lot of consternation amongst your base. Yeah. But it also allows the people who don't care about your platform in the first place to jump on that messaging, as like you saw like journalists left and right who are just like, well, how does it affect you? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like if you were actually playing on this platform, you would know how it affects me, but you're not playing on this platform. All the games that you get to play or don't want to play always come to the PlayStation anyway. So you're in the side of a situation where you don't see the negative for me because you're not even in the same scope. You're not even playing. And that's the thing. Like a lot of these journalists, they don't play inside of the ecosystem. They don't play an Xbox. If they do play the games, it's via PC, so you don't really understand what makes the Xbox ecosystem truly special, because it's really, I'm talking about things like quick resume and all the things that like kind of make that experience really nice. And a lot of these journalists don't know anything about value, because a lot of them get their games for free. Basically. And their entire Steam library is given to them for free. And because of that, when they speak about Game Pass, they speak about it with such negative feelings because they don't understand the value of having this thing, and it just being all like, wow, literally the past year, I've played 30+% more games. I've interacted with more genres that I would never, 100% never would have interacted with without this service. Like, as someone who has it, even as someone who like, I am part of the people inside of the Xbox ecosystem that they consider like the hardcore who spend a lot of money. It's not to say that I stopped spending money when Game Pass became a thing. It's just now I'm like, wow,
your money goes further.
It goes further. It introduces me to new genres. I'm willing to take more risks on things.
The best analogy I used to give it was remember when the AMC Stubbs A-list, the movie pass thing, right? People pay X amount of money, go to the movies. When did you buy popcorn at the movie theater? Never, because it costs too damn much money. But if the movie ticket is included in your subscription, you're buying popcorn because now you got money in your pocket. Right?
Exactly.
And that's what we do. You're buying DLC because the game is already just kind of included. You're spending more time there. Maybe you might buy another game that you wouldn't have bought because your budget now allows for that. So it makes perfect sense.
Here's another example. It's inside of Game Pass. I played a game called Greedfall. Yes. Right?
Yes, and great game.
Great game. I would have never been, I didn't even know that Spiders as a developer existed. Right? So I play Greedfall. I love it. The combat is very interesting. You have to like switch between guns and magic and like melee. And if you do that switch, it becomes like a dance. It's very fun.
Yep.
And I was just like, yo, this game's lit. And like literally a month after playing this game, I'm watching like E3, and during the PS5, the PlayStation's E3 presentation, they have something about Greedfall 2. And I'm like, yo, they're making a second version of the game that I just played that I never had exposure to. And now when this game comes out, and it's coming out on Xbox, whenever it does come out,
I am day one. I'm buying that game day one. And
Yeah.
I enjoyed the experience of the first game.
Absolutely. Yeah. And
These
that's
are
what they
things-
want from you.
And
Right.
these are things that none of these journalists will ever really talk about because they get their games for free. They don't play on the ecosystem. They don't get the whole like missing out on opportunities sort of thing. So like it will never, Microsoft will always be working from a place of like a downhill slope when it comes to convincing those people that there's any value in their brand at all. So it's just, you've immediately seen it. The moment that we get into this conversation, every single journalist starts talking about whole slate. Even after the podcast, you have multiple articles coming out from
reading one of them right now.
reputable organizations that literally the game industry biz article speaks as if every single
Redfall is the only thing they're keeping.
Yeah,
exactly the way they
that's great. That's great.
This is one of the biggest, like considered one of the most reputable, like even amongst you know, most journalists.
One of the most reputable sites, and all they are is just peddling trash, as they always do. Jax. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So completely like, and once again, all these organizations will never talk about the value of Game Pass. They'll never talk about how the how good the ecosystem is. They'll never talk about Quick Resume because they don't interact with it at all. They don't, and they
play most third parties on PlayStation, so they don't see the value in purchase, and they don't see the value in Game Pass. They don't see the value in Quick Resume. They don't see the value in cloud saves, because you don't experience any of that if you're playing everything there. Yeah.
And they are incentivized to continue pushing this message of, hey, well, you should put your games everywhere, because then they can play the games without even interacting with your ecosystem at all. I think Microsoft is delusional if they think sending games over there is going to get a vast majority of people even somewhat interested in your ecosystem.
Well, I'll push back on that.
Why shouldn't I just wait for everything else? Right?
You know why I'll push back on that? I'll push back on that because everybody, like a third party, all the casuals assume Xbox has trash over there, because that's what you hear, and nobody, like you said, nobody even deals with it, right? Provided that, let's say, Hi-Fi Rush goes there, has a big Xbox logo on it, says also part of your Game Pass subscription, if all of that comes to pass, and it is a quality title, and every time, and you know this happens, every time it's spoken about in the media, and they go, it's available on this platform, that platform, also day one on Game Pass, over and over and over again. That is the needle they're trying to thread to say that, hey, look, here's our quality ambassador. There's more of that in here if you want to come. Will it work?
I would believe
Don't know, but that's what they're trying to do.
I would believe you if every single time I started an Xbox game, I would get an Xbox like logo splash screen. I'm not even saying that it needs to be there for longer than a millisecond.
Sure.
But the fact that the
devil will be in the details. Absolutely. The devil will be in the implementation.
Just that Xbox logo with literally 90% of their games, just like, because if it was me, if I was Phil Spencer, y'all can still have the autonomy that y'all want, but best believe
that logo is required.
An Xbox logo at the beginning of the splash screen of every single game that I own. I don't give
it should even give you the Game Pass logo as well. If you're in Game Pass, you are allowed to sell everywhere, but you have to say also in Game Pass, it has to be on the logo right there as well.
It has to be on a splash screen. I would believe you if their strategy at any point.
We shall see how the devil works out, because it'll be in those details for sure.
Yes,
absolutely.
But if they ever indicated to me that they wanted to get their logo, their platform, their name out there, I would believe all of this. But they have not. We have to see it. That's actually happened.
Hollywood Rules, being super generous today, $5 super chat. He says 1 pixel is 1,000% correct. 1,000% right. The piling on was ridiculous, especially from the specific UK alleged insider. We'll leave that one there. As well as the guys that had zero invested in the Xbox console. He continues with another $2 super chat and says, "You can't play the victim card now. Take your lumps."
That's right.
He's on, and he continues going.
You got hit. Oh well.
He continues going. Many got unsubscribed and unfollowed as the podcast ended. Ooh. And then, of course, Jay Rembrandt with a $2 super chat. He says the games media are unified against Xbox. Full stop. There's your Xbox tax. There it is. You know, it is what it is. And the more people try to fight against this narrative, the more it's building, because people refuse to believe their lying eyes. They refuse.
But hold up. And let's be real, right? The people that the quickest to jump out the window and say it's fine for Microsoft to share their content
are the ones that will push back when PlayStation does.
No, are the same people who lost their entire mind when Tomb Raider was
true.
They made it their fucking business.
Made it their business to talk a lot of crap about it.
To out it.
Yeah.
To force the studio to out it so they could find out it was timed. Right? This is where this all stems from. So it's like
they go the console warriors again. What are we gonna do?
It's been going on for a long time. So you can't be surprised when people are quick to clap back at it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
it is what it is.
Silent Cypher, sir, let us get your opinion on this, because we're rounding the bottom of the show. You have been part of the community for a long time. You've seen all the stuff that's happening. You know, people putting it out there, and now either they're falling on their sword, they're you know, seppuku and all that, or they're sitting there go, but here are some details, and I'm still convinced. Where do you fall, sir? Do you think they should all be put to the firing squad? Was there a concerted effort going on, or do you fall somewhere in the middle? What are your thoughts?
I think there's proper implementation of having this conversation. We talked earlier, right? Like Xbox era putting out an article. Cool. That's awesome. If you want to have an opinion on something, you want to talk with your friends or whatever on the side, that's great. That's fine. Like, that's what we're here to do. If you continue to hammer the same thing over and over and over, and then cry a foul and play victim afterwards, you can kiss my grits. Like, I'm sorry, but I give zero concern over your feelings after all you were out there doing was grabbing for attention, grabbing for that engagement.
Yep.
Sucks to be you if you've got people coming at you now that are upset because you were spinning a narrative. Sucks for you, but that's your problem. You put yourself in that situation. It's just like when we saw, and I won't put a name out there, but I'm sure most people know what it is. But it's just like when someone came out and was like, yo, we gave Starfield a 7. We gave Starfield a 7. Hey, did you forget? We gave this a 7. Just a heads up. And they kept coming out and saying it over and over and over again. It's like, that's great. But
the thing that saddens me, Cypher, I really wish that the Starfield would go on PlayStation Now just to see what that number changes to be. But I'm just
it's gonna be a 9. Please continue. It's gonna be a 9 the moment that it comes to PlayStation.
Exactly.
Because it'll be 60 frames, you know. Continue.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the map will be I totally get how the map system works. All you have to do is look at the sign in the game.
Suddenly,
I'm not listen to the people talking around you about the place that you want to go to.
We're being salty.
Suddenly, I'm not motion sick. Suddenly, I'm not motion sick when I play these video games. Like, there's a bunch of people that need to shove it and just kind of sit on it and maybe think about it a little bit more when they talk about these things, because it's very obvious what your agenda is when you come out and you do these things. And they've shown us over and over again. We've seen plenty of snake oil salesmen out there. And I think this little this experiment of what we just had happen showed a lot of people's true colors. And for better or for worse, for them, their content, their channels or whatever, we know where you sit. And that will follow you. And whether you like it or not, people can keep receipts. People can go back to it and see what you did when you did it. And that's it. That's my TED Talk.
Absolutely. No, I don't disagree, sir. I think it's concise and it's to the point, sir. And I will leave it for the last one. The one who actually had ties to the Xbox era that I was talking about. OBM, sir, you've been paying attention to all this stuff. What are your thoughts? Are we throwing the journalist babies out with the bathwater, or do they need to be defended here?
Well, first of all, I've always said that the one area that I do agree with Lucius and Everborn is that Microsoft does need to be more careful with their narratives or managing that than others do, because people, it's going to be really, really, I think it's going to make good business, honestly, from an SEO standpoint, just to write, this thing is dead, so that, or everything outside of Redfall is coming. So, I think they do have to be careful.
We're keeping Redfall because that's our baby. All the good stuff that's gone. That's gone.
So like that stuff's already out there, and they're going to have to manage this. And I don't know. That's one thing I don't know the answer to. Is it just them managing social media better? Is it going to be? Is just are you just going to overwhelm people with the consistency of content that they really just don't have time to fit some of this other stuff in between? Maybe that's the answer. So we'll find out. I guess we're going to have to wait and see how things shake out over the next few months and in a couple years. But to getting to the question you're asking about, I think I always try to ask myself when rumors happen, especially plausible rumors, sometimes I try to ask, like, well, how can all these things be true? Like, is there a world where like multiple things could be true at once? And I think a lot of the rumors were there was discussions or they're in talks to bring this, and I think that's where a lot of places did give themselves an out. And I think that is true. Number one, I don't even think I need to be an insider to assume that when Microsoft made a $69 billion purchase, took a microscope to the entire gaming division, that there wasn't questions about everything. There's no way that Amy Hood and Tim Stewart, who kind of, remember, he's the guy who said first, better, best in Bethesda, so he contradicted Phil there. There's you already know that those two aren't exactly on the same page, because Phil's come behind him twice now to say something a little bit different than what Tim kind of framed, right? And so I think that any big corporation is going to have differing ideas of how to carry out a strategy, and there's going to be discussions, and it is the particularly the Starfield one. I can't elaborate too much, but there was others that are reputable that didn't even come out. There's some that didn't even come out and say anything or put themselves out there that said that this is absolutely was a part of the discussion. So now, how far they were in the discussion, did somebody maybe get signals crossed and go too far, or were they trying to sabotage it, or was it something more? Was it something? Or
did they hear the overwhelming, ridiculous, pitchfork grabbing masses and go, well, maybe we want to hold this one back for a little while?
One thing I will say though, and this is why I say nobody's really been proven either way on this, because I don't think the initial thought was that when they were going to come out for this podcast, which was originally going to be, I think the original rumors was it was going to be in March, right? When they were going to do that, my guess is no matter what, even if Starfield was on the table, I think they were going to start off with some of the lightweights. And like when you boil the frog, you don't throw it into the boiling water. You turn it up slowly, right?
And in this instance, we are the frogs. In this instance,
Xbox frogs, let's go.
Yeah, so I would say now I think that the backlash probably does inform how they move forward, right? But I think this event never was supposed to be the Starfield's coming to PlayStation event. It was supposed to be, trying to set the table, put a few things there. And I actually do believe them too when they talk about this testing, want to test the results, because I work in data and analytics, and I understand A/B testing. You throw out little pilots here, there. You do a little thing here, and you say, okay, well, what was the benefits there? What was the offset here? Because they might even see other things. They might say, well, when we release it over there, we actually get a little bit bigger spike with Game Pass. Or they might just say, hey, we know in the past that delayed ports never had a they usually don't sell very well. You lose a lot of that zeitgeist, but maybe because of Game Pass, they do differently. I think there's a lot of right now testing the waters and seeing how things do, and they're going to test with more things. I think they, as we all agreed, they pretty much said they will. How big those things are and how soon they come, I don't know. I do believe at the end of the day that they will continue to have some tentpole exclusives. So where, which ones kind of meet that standard and don't, we don't know. But I think they still have more exclusives than they had during the Xbox One generation. They have so much content now. They can go A/B testing. We're going to try this way and try this way. See how the narratives play out. See how the things play out now. And then they're going to need those exclusives for 2 years from now, because like I said, I think things are going to change dramatically in a few years. And so I don't think that you make this long-term commitment that we're going to support this competitor that's not even established on PC yet, right? You don't need to do that. So I don't think they will do that. I think this is right now just really feeling things out, and we'll kind of see where it goes. But I don't think that this automatically means that we should go through every single person that reported on it, under the bus. Like I mentioned, reputable people that have didn't even put their names out there, that still haven't thought that there's validity to those conversations. I think those conversations will continue to happen, but I do think that the backlash could, not just the backlash, and maybe that's the wrong word, because I think a lot of times we think that because of like what happened with the gold thing, that we're gonna, if we yell every time, they're gonna listen to us. I don't think that's all. Well, I also think that you got to see what happens with, as Lucius was correctly pointing out, seeing how the rest of the media kind of frames your brand for you. Mm-hmm. So, if you give them too much, I think right now they're trying to like wait in here and see what happens, because going back to the thing I said like 2 or 3 times in the podcast about how the die is cast, and I do believe that. I don't think would be any material difference to consumer behaviors based on these ports, but I do think that you do run a risk of people taking things out of context, people presenting things in a way. I mean, we already saw the articles. Hey, Xbox is there's no need for them to be in console. Yeah, or don't need to be in console.
Platform developer now, right?
Yeah, like why should they even be in console anymore? Which is a stupid thing to say, because honestly, 40 million plus people that are engaged, that are your core Game Pass base, that are your most engaged, highest margin customers still matter. Just because that base isn't growing doesn't mean that you're not trying to keep these people engaged and happy, especially as we move over. Because when we move over to this without walls thing, those are going to be your big, like that's where you're going to start your base over there, right? Is with these people. So you don't want to lose them now. And I think that Phil and team, when they're talking about like, hey, this is damaging the brand, we'll take the feedback and adjust. I think that is true as well. That they're going to try to figure this out, and it's like, how far can we thread this needle? And maybe they can't go too far, because as we see, just off of these handful of small games, Redfall is the only exclusive that Microsoft is keeping. So they're going to have to be aware of this and figure out how they're going to push back on it. But yeah, I think like taking it easy on reports. There is trolls out there that you don't have to take it easy on them. They like it. But people put out reports. I think those were legit. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, or it doesn't necessarily tell us when it's going to happen. And I think even as things do happen, they'll continue to obfuscate what will and won't ever go. So there still always will be, an exclusive conversation around everything that comes out. But yeah,
which people are saying that's like bad news. I don't necessarily see that as bad news, right? They want people to be having these conversations with their games constantly, whether it's, will it come to PlayStation? Wait, hey, I hear the game is good. That entices people to potentially jump over, because that's one thing we've learned about gamers. They are not patient. If you have a gamer who loves that thing, they will go and buy that thing.
I will say they probably won't jump over right now. Like, I don't know the $500 they'll do. But when things get easy enough to be a button click away, and it's at $1 to jump into a Game Pass trial, that's when they're like, I've been hearing the conversations about this game and that game, and like now when it gets that easy, that's when I think that really all these games in Game Pass are going to go to another level. So yeah, I think those conversations, they're not fun for, I think, the core gamer that's in the ecosystem to have these conversations every time. So I understand that aspect, but I don't think it necessarily destroys your business that every single time people are in these conversations, because we can have the same conversation about Final Fantasy which looks pretty awesome. It's coming out next month. My assumption is that's going to come to Xbox at some point.
At some point,
because,
I expect.
Yeah, we just don't know when, right? And that's that's the obfuscation that happens, and that's why it's like, well, I really like it, so I guess I'm not going to wait. It could be 2 years, so I might as well go ahead and buy it.
The same thing that Xbox people have been experiencing all this time with all these franchises. Now the opposite will happen with PlayStation, because it's like, hey, provided that the content itself is great, now you have people longing for it to be on their platform. And just like many of us didn't wait and went and bought a Final Fantasy remake on PS5, the idea being that the same can happen on the opposite side. But of course, as I keep saying, because I'm the guy with context, the devil will be in the details. The devil will be in the implementation. How well these quality games are, how easy you can access them, how much of an uplift it will take for a PlayStation user to want to come. You still expect them to be buy my box, play my game? That may not work. And they know that, right? So maybe that's the world we live in today. Let us transition to the end of the show, because we're 4 hours in right now.
Jesus.
It's
4 hours in.
Yeah, we've been
here. Time to eat, guys. Use the restroom and eat.
Before we go, what I will say is I put that thumbnail on here very aptly. We only have 4 to announce. Oh yeah, to me that's just the tip, not much more. But search your soul, ladies and gentlemen. You, as am I, are a horseshoe maker, and that spaceship just showed up above your head. Watch out for falling debris, because it's coming. Right? It's just 4. And I said this before, and people were coming for me. Helldivers 2 plays great on this thing and on my PC. That tells me that moving forward, most, if not all, PlayStation games that will be there will be here as well. Same token, when the money is on that table, they now have a fiduciary duty to grab it. Those are not just 4. Be prepared, ladies and gentlemen. You are the horseshoe maker. It's time to possibly learn about the wonders of flying cars if you want to still be around. Because your consternation and your yelling and all of that was useful. I think it was useful enough to slow down the moving apocalypse, but it's coming. It really is. I don't, and this is me saying you're gonna be all right when it comes, because they're really accounting for all of the potentials that would make you upset, that would get the man of mystery to take out his cigarette and start throwing the slander around like he has today on this show. Thank you for being here, Lucius. Right? They are accounting for all of that, but you need to keep speaking so that if there's a new part that they have not accounted for, it gets part of the conversation as well. But eventually this will happen, and when it does, hopefully they account for everything to keep all of us happy, including those who are the console main. So on that note, I would say we're at the end of our episode. Lucius, I will give you yours first. Sir, it is wonderful to have you here. You are a man of mystery, but when you choose to join us, we are always better for it, sir. Where can people not find you and or carry on the conversation that we've been having?
Don't look for me. That's pretty much it. If you want to find me, I'll be in certain Discords sometimes. If you care about this community, I'll be in this community's Discord pretty much all the time. But outside of that, don't look for me.
I love it. We got to get you that Martin Sheen, with the eyes, smoking a cigarette. Like, we need to get that emoji. Although I will say the cat Koofy also works. Absolutely. Pixel Bit G, sir. We also appreciate you being here. Every time you are here, no one is on the back foot. They are always on their toes because they don't want the hammer to come down, sir. We appreciate you for doing that. Where can the people keep up with your ongoing, sir?
As usual, you can find me on X, having conversations with some of these folks. And every now and again, you'll find me on my own channel, dropping some content. It's been a couple of 3 weeks since I dropped something because I've been
appreciate
swamped.
The content, man. It's been cool. You should keep doing it.
A little brutal. Yeah, I plan to. I just trying to adjust to a new schedule. So, maybe another month or so, I'll settle it down a little bit. So, but as usual, pleasure being here. And there's some other shows you may find me on every now and again when I get an invite. So, good time, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the guest, who's not really a guest here. You've been here multiple times. We enjoy having you here. The smoothest voice on this podcast, Mr. Silent Cypher, sir. Appreciate you being here, giving us your takes. I will put together that show, and I will. One day when you get an invite and you happen to notice that Daniel McGee is also part of the show, you know it's going down.
You know it's going to happen. Yeah.
Appreciate you, sir. Where can people find you?
Well, thanks for having me. It's been awesome hanging out with all you guys. I feel like we've chatted through different shows and stuff over time. Cool to be hanging out with you all together today. In regards to where you can find me, social media, Xbox, all over the place as Silent Cypher. You can catch me on Wednesdays on Xbox International Podcast at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you can also catch me every other Friday morning. I make it confusing. Over on Boom's channel, Boomstick and Friends on Double Barrel Gaming. And besides that, you'll catch me here and there on some other different things. Some other projects. I've got some Fiverr work that I'm trying to get squared away for voice work.
Okay.
And yeah, besides that, like I said, thanks for having me, and chat. You guys were on fire today. It's great.
We love our community. Thank you all so much for being here. And of course, the unofficial third chair who shows up when he wants to, and he always makes this show much better. Drop some knowledge, get some analytics in there, make people understand that, hey, it may not be all that you think it's cracked up to be. And he's one bad mother. What's going on, sir? Where can people find you?
Well, first of all, thanks again for inviting me. And as always, guys, it was a lot of fun having the chats. And we do this sometimes when it's not even recorded. So I think we kept it all pretty civil today. But
we do, yes.
Yep. And we appreciate everybody in the chat for coming by. I always, one thing I always do, Kay, is like when I'm talking, because sometimes I know I can go off on like some of these tangents that probably bore the hell out of people. I always like look at the your engagement users, make sure no one's falling off halfway through my dissertation on the gaming industry.
Nah, man, you told some good stuff, bro. Nah, that's not how it goes.
But we appreciate everybody kind of sitting through my my lessons.
Hey, that's what people are here for. They're here for them lessons, man. They're here to learn, as we all do. Absolutely. It's great. It
is going to be a fun time, though. I honestly think when we get through some of this we've been through so much, like last few years, nothing but drama. Mm-hmm. I think we're going through some exciting stuff that I can't wait to finally start covering. But we'll get to those other shows. If you want to find me for now, find me on Twitter at mother_1 NUTHA_ONE. That's my handle over there. And then I'll let you know from there where else to find me.
Excellent. Now, as for me, of course, follow me on the on the platform formerly known as Twitter. I'll be playing some Banishers because I hear that's really good. I'm putting on the handheld. Helldivers 2. If you see me online, get at me. We gonna play. I most likely will be on Steam, but I have turned on the crossplay. So come find me. Same handle, TKO Asante, everywhere you want to find me. So I hope y'all wanna game with me. And I hear specifically Helldivers 2. It's better with friends. So let's jump on some games. But for myself, for my great panel members, and of course the Everborn recently married Saga, who will be back next week. I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you guys so much for all the great conversations. Thank you. Hit the like button if you haven't done so. Consider joining the Discord. I did see somebody became a channel member, so thank you so much for deciding to support us in that way. It's available to you if you want to do that. We enjoy our goofy emojis and pay pigs and all that stuff. So thank y'all so much for that. But until next week, I hope y'all had fun and go check out more of the shows out there, and we'll see you next week. Peace.
Nice to be in orbit.